はい、こんばんは。脳天気系男性 VTuber、Yatano Hakuya です。Good evening, it's your son Raven VTuber Yatano Hakuya. And today we're gonna hopefully finish off all of the Perilous Advancement event. Hopefully. Good evening. Good evening, Imoko's strongest soldier. Good evening, Sonya-san. Good evening, how are you guys doing? Today we're gonna be doing some more storytelling. Hopefully I won't break my voice like I did last time. I completely forgot to schedule this stream. I was I spent most of yesterday stressing out over my work and over my trip to Japan, and also like over a cover that I need to send a recording to. And I was like, wait, where can I squish in the shut up, let me talk, woman. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I was trying to I was stressing out over like where I could find time to squish in recording time and make sure that my voice was going to be okay, because I know that after this stream my voice probably will not be okay for recording, and like I've got work tomorrow and the day after, and the deadline is on Sunday, so I'm kind of screwed. If possible, I would like to not, keep them waiting. I don't want to send the stuff in a day late. So part 13, many layered binding. The pressure returns and repeated impacts bear testament to the harshness of the battle condition. Oh my god, I forgot how many words this story has. Yeah, it's gonna be... I don't know. I honestly don't know what to do. I spent most of this afternoon, because I was stressing so much I couldn't sleep, so I spent most of this afternoon in bed trying to get a nap, but like it was not a comfy nap because it was like I was wrestling the devil in there. It was very painful. But anyways, enough about that. Let's get into the story. So we're back in the null area. I'm here. Inside the dilapidated structure, entropic liquid slinks inward along the doorways and corners. In the deeper darkness, the self-proclaimed Ptolemy awaits, reticent. Oh, it's Jelly Girl. Don't be so distant. Come closer. What a cursed past few days it's been. All the entropics I've seen seem to be playing at sophistication. So long as we two are together, anywhere can be a fitting stage. Give me your hand if you would. Let us have a little dance. It feels like we aren't on the same wavelength. Just cut to the chase. Name your conditions for letting me off. How impulsive you are. Why do you refuse to return to the fold? These children are all rather fond of you, you know. Can you talk more normally? What the hell does that return mean? My friend of yesterday. It's almost impossible to communicate. This entropic core really is important to her. If I can bargain for my freedom in exchange for this core, it's a win-win. I win twice. Rather than liking me, shouldn't it be this thing? Lind unfastened the cloth around her collarbones. In the center of her chest, a purple crystal was embedded, beating not unlike a living being. A set of purple veins branch out from within, the crystal acting as a core. Ah, Antinora. Ptolemy approaches Lind, carefully stroking the entropic core. Reminiscence fills her countenance, and even Lind was briefly swayed. So you were here all along. I looked for you for so long. Not being consumed by this thing takes a great amount of effort, you know. This did not belong to me in the first place. If you want it, you can have it back. But she already is yours. In other words, she is your heart. Ptolemy meets Lin's eyes. A tentacle of hers glide past the entropic core, gesturing towards the entropization inhibitor on her neck. Stop repressing yourself with these baubles. Your heart beseeches you to return to the fold, does it not? You are our kin, so return to us. You're only after this core, aren't you? Why do you insist on turning me into your kin? That child often speaks of you. I ought to think she looks forward to your reunion. Gasp! What are you saying? Just who is that child? A surprise, meticulously prepared, loses its charm if revealed ahead of time, does it not? Do you know how to speak languages other than schlock? Let me show you what a simple and concise reply looks like. Lin takes a singular step back as a light slipping through the building's marred exterior spills onto her. I am no kin of yours. I will not allow myself to be entropized. I am a guardian. Guardians who lift each other up in this forgotten world, so we may live on. I have places I need to go back to, people I need to see, things I need to do. Ptolemy sighs, creating distance between her and Lin once more. I had intended to converse with you a little longer, but time grows short. Whoosh! The flowing air arrives before the tentacle. Lin's already on-end nerves pull her out of the attack's way immediately, and the other tentacle she intercepts with her mechanical arms. Phew! Not nice to just start using violence, you. Over here. Did she just get nothing personaled? Overwhelming speed blows away every measure Lin prepared for the engagement. Ptolemy materializes from the shadows behind Lin before the latter could respond. A tentacle constricts around her. Oh, she did get nothing personal, kid. Nothing personal, kid. Seeing as that child made a point of it, I will do my best to be gentle, although I should think that it will still hurt. Several tentacles attach themselves to the core, and it soon becomes a scorching heat in Lin's chest. The rest of her body begins to melt away, along with her pain nerves. It'll be alright. Bear with me a little longer. I don't want to scream. I want to protect my voice. Sorry. I won't give you guys a convincing scream. A pain analogous to the ripping out of one's heart fills her neurocloud, overrunning all her remaining thoughts. Her pained cries drown out Ptolemy's voice. Oh, that. Hey, guys, that's me. That was me. That's me, for real, for real. Just 20 minutes ago. That was me. Clawing at my chest in pain. Yeah, that was me. Guys, she's just like me, for real. It will all be over soon. Ptolemy glances in the direction of the oasis, through the cracks in the wall. I pray that the dance will save a spot for me when the time comes. And with that, basic repairs are more or less complete. Next is additional reinforcements. Hey, we fixed the barrier. Oh, wow, Soul's got new drip. Whoa, what is that? What is that? I want that coat. Guys, that coat looks so cool. And Soul, what are you doing here instead of recovering properly? And with a different projection too. How's it look? The expeditionary gear fits me well, doesn't it? Whoa, look at that! It looks so cool! Damn! I want a suit like that. I'm saving this. I'm saving a screenshot of this. I'm gonna send it to my papa. I'm gonna send it to Min's or my mama. Put it in my references folder. I'm gonna send it to Mama Min's. We're gonna make a new outfit based off this. For real, for real. if it would save and okay, got it. Paste. Okay. Seeing how the events we're seeing in PNC happened in 2060, and the butterfly incident which sort of kicked off Sanguis in 2061. I wonder what... It's hard to say because technically these events didn't happen like this. Because we're in the seat of the professor. We've already changed the course of the... We've already changed the course in the history of this flashback, right? We're not watching a direct flashback. We are actively influencing what happens in it. We were in such a rush on the way to Rossum last time that I didn't get to change. Can't let Persicaria get away with being the only one with new clothes. Yeah, the drip. So, I don't know if we'll actually get anything out of PNC that will affect the wider story. But we might. Girls Frontline is almost over. Girls Frontline 1, the story's almost over. So, whatever stuff we get, it'll probably have to show up in Girls Frontline 2 instead. Wait. The projection isn't the important thing here. Are your wounds okay? Hey, Magnilda, what are you up to? Let me have a look. Hey, hold it! Did you sneak out of the medical department? Anna, the Oasis isn't out of danger just yet. How am I going to just lie there? And I'm perfectly okay now, see? It doesn't hurt one bit. Don't hit my head anymore. This is the head of an intellectual, I tell you. A real intellectual would properly consider their own damn safety. Okay, I get it. Wait, Anna. A bunch of the symbols on your screen are turning red. If anything did come up, there'd be an alert. You claim to be an intellectual with this shoddy excuse of an... There's no... Okay, I'll just use my own beeper. Before Antonina finishes a sentence, her terminal bursts into activity as if to verify Soul's claim. Antonina, we're in trouble. What is it, Mai? Slow down a bit. I can't slow down. All of our defense and reconnaissance structures outside the sandbox barrier have been destroyed. What? Antonina looks at her terminator. Terminator. Antonina looks at her terminator. Her terminal. The defense nodes outside Zone G successively light up in red as they detect danger, and are pulverized the moment after, before they even manage to send out an alarm. So I was saying... So it was serious. A highly dangerous abnormal data body is approaching the defense lines. Go contact Persicaria. I've already sent everything through to the ops room. I'm going outside the barrier to reinforce Magnilda. Soul! Antonina watch as Soul begins to step away, blade in hand. She had something to say, but swallows them before they slip out of her. Keep in touch. All right. Replenish your munitions, everyone. Get ready for the next wave. Damn, these entropics were like the middle of a mosh pit just then. How are they so organized all of a sudden? Have the reconnaissance nodes sent anything back? Relevant for us? No, they were destroyed before they could do even that. Incoming from 2 o'clock, and all obstructions in the way have already been removed. I'll reinforce the defense nodes on the path further along. They must at least return imaging data. These entropics are bound to be under control of a newly arrived foe to structure an offense like this. Long sentence. Mai, I'll have to ask you to continue your tracking efforts. Okay. Does she even have any balloons anymore? Oh, Aka-sama, konbanwa. How much have you missed? Oh, we just started. We're still on the first stage, actually. I hope we can finish the story today. Otherwise, I'll have to like find some. I'll have to like stream this on the weekend, if I can find time, like really late at night. Ah, Persicaria.
I've received your report. Our opponent is likely far stronger than any foe we've previously met. I've sent reinforcements your way. Immediately retreat to the sandbox barrier and prepare to defend.
You mean that we should abandon the defense nodes outside the oasis?
Judging by how quickly they were destroyed, I doubt we will be able to use them as defensive positions. Retreat as soon as you are able. With the speed at which the enemy approaches, we have little time left.
Alright, I'll inform everyone. Wait, reconnaissance node 3 is sending back imaging. I'll patch it in. After a brief period of static, the screen displays a feed of the null area. The feed remains peaceful for a period, as if nothing had happened. Wait, what is it? Huh? As if nothing had happened. The systems detected abnormalities just then. Could it be an error? Accept unto yourself this decadent affection, and let come what fate decides. Everyone's so chuny right now. Why is everyone so chuny? Why is everyone so chuny? What the heck? As the beat dictates, we deliver our most splendid dance. The feed remains unchanging, but the airy sound of singing came through loud and clear. It's that singing again. Scary.
No, wait. This sound is far clearer than before.
Persicaria, reconnaissance node 1 is returning a feed. Wait, node 2 and 4 as well. All of them. Just out of the blue.
Our equipment's been hacked. Reject the incoming feed.
Rejection failed. In countless feeds, the song resonates, orchestrating this grand ball's overture. Come, come, sing with us. Come, come, dance with us. The feed from the node is gradually filled with purple.
No good. Force cut the connection with the nodes.
Understood. As the link is forcibly closed, the chorus gradually thins down to a solo. Only node 3 still remained, the first to exhibit this phenomenon, its feed still calm and pristine. Bzzz. And this game is giving me a fear of purple and glopping noises. I already did not like ASMR slime noises, but this just makes it worse. I need to play A, P, and Z more. The Clotho Centauraceae event skill issued me to oblivion. My pride. And what the fuck, they're so chuny. Literally me, right? Those are the entropic jellyfish? 1, 2, no, this number. The entropic jellyfish, having discovered the node, returned to his tribe. Enveloped by countless entropic jellyfish, the core of this entropic swarm gradually reveals its form. She treads lightly, pivoting, striding, as though she was this performance's lead dancer. Taking note of the entropic jellyfish's discovery, she lightly caresses its spell with a tentacle of hers. Do you guys like tentacle girls? I can't say I'm a fan. Well, it seems I've missed one. How clumsy of me. Thankfully, you've spotted it. No great matter. Let us think of it as an invitation to the dance. It will no doubt make this show spectacular beyond compare. A stage different from Tartarus. As she speaks with grace and tenderness, she turns her attention to the camera. The camera? What camera? Everyone in front of the screen had no choice but to increase their operational speed, struggling to remove their sight from that figure. Let the dance begin. The feed soon becomes submerged in pitch black, and the icon depicting Reconnaissance Node 3 on the map becomes gray. At the same time, a faint tremor came from the distance. Entropic swarm rapidly approaching.
Immediately retreat. Squad Magnilda, coordinate a fighting retreat with Squad Horizon. Auntie Nina will meet up with you.
Understood. Where are our reinforcements? Over here. A familiar golden mane appears at their side.
Soul? Weren't you recovering yet?
Let me command the reinforcements you've sent. This'll be one hell of a battle, so don't think I'll be missing out. I'll leave it to you then. If something seems off, retreat immediately. Do not fixate on holding every line you can. Got it. Oh no. Best girl soul is gonna get in trouble, I just know it. Tactical withdrawal. Appear to disarm yourself and cast your weapons into the balance of defeat and victory and defeat. Alright. Tropics remind me of abyssals from my first days. I mean, they remind you of abyssals, they remind you of the ones from Azur Lane. What else? What other games was there? I forget what all those early ones, but they're always like, you know, slimy, tentacly, black and white. I mean, they remind you of Sanguis Ferry, the Oasis Zone G sandbox barrier. Explosions erupt in rapid succession. The tide is not so easily stemmed. Under the entropic fluid's corrosion, the formerly unassailable defense nodes crumble one after the other. Damn, there's way too many of them! Oh no, we're being bombarded with purple. Be on alert, everyone. That thing is here. An alluring chorus emerges from the tail end of the entropic swarm, drawing a stark contrast to the cacophony. As if enchanted by the melody, the entropic throng attacks with renewed intensity. We ought to take on more graceful forms for the occasion. The high order entropic leans down, gently caressing its minions. The entropics, touched by its tentacle, quickly begin to warp and metamorphose, melting down into entropic. You know, why is it that, like, when there's like a really high level enemy in these types of, you know, fiction, it's like, it's a trope for it to be like a really graceful and gentle and almost like very kind girl. It just reminds me of, what was her name? The villain from Reboot. There was like one super virus in Reboot, the 3D show, 3D cartoon from like the early 2000s. What was her name? Let's see, what was it called? Oh yeah, her name was Damon. Her name was Damon. Somehow I have a feeling like, I feel like the devs watched Reboot and they're like, let's make her the villain like Damon. Let's make her like really pretty, really gentle, you know, really elegant, very kind, but like have her be really creepy in the way that she, like, you know, does all these bad things with kindness. Remember, alpha wolves are nurturing and gentle to its own kind, but fierce when it has to be. Alpha behavior. Is this what Stacy behave? Is this how Stacy's behave? Quickly, one after another, newly born entropic jellyfish emerge from the substance. That thing is turning the other low order entropics into a jellyfish. What kind of joke is this? We need to stop her. Yeah, stop her from making jellyfish. Prepare the barrier's ordnance systems. The cannon barrel slowly rotates towards the high order entropic, while the entropic jellyfish nearby form a protective barrier in front of her, using their own bodies. Charge complete. Target locked. Firing! Wow, would you look at that? Anna enhanced indeed. Shush, stay alert. As the dust clears, a portion of the jellyfish fell limp into the entropy liquid on the ground, but there was nary a scratch to be found on the high order entropic. But how? Even that won't do anything to blunt their offense. Anna, the barrier is losing operands in multiple locations. It should be in the same manner as before. Crap. Send Soul and Magnilda to deal with the jellyfish on the barrier. I'll help you stabilize here. The sandbox barrier defenses and the fire from the armed agents only slow the advance of entropy. More and more jellyfish affix themselves to the newly repaired sandbox barrier as pressure piles onto Antonina and Horizon. Persicaria, we're struggling to hold back these jellyfish. This line reads so it's so silly. This line, if you read this anywhere else, it's like, guys, I'm struggling to hold back the jellyfish. Oh no, the jellyfish. It just sounds so bizarre and absurdist. If this continues, it's only a matter of time until we lose the barrier.
I see.
Naruhodo. I understand. Understandable. Wakatta. Persicaria clenches her fists, arriving at a decision.
Abandon the sandbox barrier and fall back.
What? Persicaria, I can still fight. Sandbox barriers are our most important line of defense. We can't just give up.
Rather than exhaust all our resources holding onto the barrier, we should abandon it to open up more tactical options. Being the person most familiar with the state of the barrier, surely you would agree, Antonina.
Despite her surprise in the face of Persicaria's decision, Antonina nods. As it is, repeatedly repairing the barrier is equivalent to handing supplies over to the Entropics. In terms of straight-up combat, we have few edges over these jellyfish. But I must ask, what are your plans after retreating from the barrier?
I established a secondary line of defense behind the barrier for this exact situation.
I'm not reading flashback.
The construction of those defensive lines is now complete. I plan to use the tactical depth available to us to remove the jellyfish surrounding the high order Entropic, allowing us to focus our efforts on important targets.
Sounds more workable than holding on to the barrier. I understand. Yes! Crazy. They didn't really give much advance notice. They're just like, hey guys, we're releasing the game, bye! Yeah. But on the other hand, you know, Korea, it looks like they're getting ready for their release as well. And Japan, but no news on the English front. I wonder why. I wonder why we're not getting us... Come on, can we please get a simultaneous release? I'm begging you. Can we please have, like, Korea, Japan, and Ian at the same time, please? Please? I'm on my knees here. Come on. The hype always dies down so quickly because Ian gets everything first, and so, like, we're never able to join in any of the memes. It's terrible. Come on. Imagine Global being, hey there, Taichi. Come on, I'm begging you, Mika. A simultaneous reply. Onegaishimasu, please. We're always late on the memes. The hype is always gone because everyone already reads the spoilers. It's no good. And it's gonna release before RC as well. It's like, oh my gosh. It says 2024. I mean, I'm sad that it's gonna be late, but also at least I don't have to worry about the English translation being horrible anymore. Because, oh my god, I love Mika. I love their IPs. I love their writing. But the translation was not it. Like, from playing the demos and seeing how they were being corrected over each iteration of demo, each test, I could tell that the translation was just, it needed to be completely scrapped because it was just that bad. You couldn't fix it. There was no amount of editing could fix that translation. They needed to hire a new translator and start from scratch. So even though the game's probably finished already, we're probably just waiting for translations. Wait, are we really going to just hand over the outer layer of the Oasis? We've gone to all that effort to defend it until now.
If it were possible, I'd not give up a single inch of the Oasis. We built it up with our own hands after all.
English translation be like, Yamete kuda, stop kuda please. No, it was worse than that. Even with precarious attempts to hold steady, Soul still catches a faint tremble in her voice. And hello, Dank. Hello. Thanks for coming.
Soul, since we built the Oasis, we've seen far too much to sacrifice. Even if we retreat, so long as you and I and the exiles are still here, we can build back the Oasis as many times as we need. But if our friends are entropized, even if we reset them, we'll never have the original them back.
Soul looks outside of the Oasis's boundaries. The fires of war are ubiquitous beyond the sandbox barrier. Countless figures flash in the forefront of her mind, and she eventually nods.
Soul.
You're right. Everyone's safety is more important than everything else. Alright, stop being glum. We'll retreat to the secondary defense line and wait for your orders there.
I'll meet you there.
So like, even this game, right? Translation is not all there. Like, it's workable. The translation in this game, it's workable. The puns make sense. But sometimes it's just not very readable. The English is a little bit awkward sometimes. Like, some of the sentences are too long. Some things are like really hard to read. But it's workable. Reverse Collapse was not that. Reverse Collapse was like, what the fuck am I reading? I don't even know. I can't even tell what they're trying to say. It was bad. So I'm glad that they're actually going to fix it. But I was really hoping we'd get Reverse Collapse before Girls Frontline 2. But hey, you know, maybe this could be good for Reverse Collapse. Maybe Girls Frontline 2 will release, it'll get popular and build up hype, and oh, who am I kidding? Mika games becoming popular? Has it even been advertised anywhere? Has it been advertised anywhere? Girls Frontline 2? Man. Like, was it at the Game Awards? Was it at Tokyo Game Show? PNC got advertised in Akihabara, but only one big banner. Yeah, that's like nothing. You know? Genshin rented out Shibuya main station. You know, MiHoYo constantly rents out Shibuya main station and puts their advertisements on every single pillar, every single like digital banner, every single digital monitor, every TV screen in that station. And they do extensive marketing campaigns constantly, like non-stop. TV, YouTube, voice actor stuff, like actual expo events. Yuzong, please rent out Chernobyl reactor number 3 and advertise GF2 there. That would be pretty cool, actually. Now maybe Girls Frontline 2 will make it big in Eastern Europe. Maybe the Polish will buy Girls Frontline 2. I was like, please. Right now it's MiHoYo domination everywhere. It's either Genshin, Honkai, or now it's like Zenless Zone Zero. At this point, MiHoYo is like the definition of big business. Too big to fail. They're becoming the Amazon of mobile games. AK Enfield. Yeah, Enfield got advertised too. I don't even like Enfield. I'm not gonna play Enfield. I rarely meet people who know GFL, both IRL and online. I do know people who know of GFL, but like everyone's quit, right? And I don't, I don't fault them for it because it kind of, and it doesn't suck, but GFL is just really hard to get into. The farming, it's just too much farming. It's too dated. The game was already out of date when it arrived in EN. Right? And it's not, the story is too serious. It's too much of a hardcore sci-fi. And people don't like to think about their gacha games. They just want to roll for a pretty character with a pretty voice, and then play a couple days of play a little bit of their dailies, maybe do the story, and then they're just gonna forget about it. Frankly, Mika, I feel like they should just write actual novels. Or make visual novels. I guess visual novels would not pay as well as a live service game like gacha. I hate these missions, they take so long to do. Because it's just me waiting, right? It's just me waiting. And Aventa, posting that screenshot of the same page where Reverse Collapse went from 2023 release date to 2024. I was anticipating it at, well, look at Imhotep, she's doing numbers. She's doing so much damage. But anyways, yeah. Aventa retweeted it and I'm like, oh shit. I could see it coming because there was no announcements and 2023 was about to end. So I'm not surprised that they had to push it back. Like, I feel like they should just focus on making more games like Reverse Collapse. It's like the game development for those games has to be easier. And they can build a name for themselves in a niche that no one else is doing. Yeah, Ferrari might do it. For free. Stage 19, minor piece disadvantage. When faced with multiple enemy lines, turn your forces while mounting a fighting retreat. I write lore on bathroom stall walls, thinly veiled as schizo posting. It is the closest I have to a billboard, me in the bathroom of FedEx. Oh, you poor soul. You work at FedEx? I'm so sorry. It's fine. Yeah, I got a message from my boss as soon as I woke up. And I was like still screaming in pain in bed. And he's like, you fucked up. And I'm like, again? And I looked at this one and I'm like, no, I didn't fuck this one up. This one was not my... This one specifically was not my fuck up. The only thing that I fucked up in it is that I didn't... was that someone else gave me the wrong instructions, and I did not make sure that the wrong instructions were in fact, actually... I did not make sure the instructions they gave me were actually supposed to be the right ones. I just assumed that if someone told me to do something, that it was right. Today I've learned that no, other people can fuck up too. And I need to... I need to make sure to correct it when other people fuck up. Otherwise, I'm the one on the... what do you call it? I'm the one on the hook. It is so upsetting. Because I fuck up a lot. Chopping block, yeah. I am absolutely on the chopping block. I hate it. I'm stressing out constantly over it. I'm always stressing out over it. Like to the point where I forgot to schedule this stream. You know? I haven't worked in such a long time, too. I haven't worked in so long. Specifically because I keep fucking up. You know? Because I have like, what do you call it? I have ADHD like symptoms, which you might have noticed if you've been watching my streams. And then I'll just completely lose focus on things, even when I'm concentrating. I'll just completely lose focus, or I'll completely misperceive something. And it really gets in the way of any kind of job I've tried to have in the past. And it's still biting me even now. I wonder how people who have like actual ADHD deal with it. I don't have ADHD, but I have something that mimics ADHD symptoms. Like practically it's the same thing. The black pieces are relentless. Endangered dogs are heels like an oncoming flood. Magnilda leads the retreat, the firepower terminal now finally in her sights, as she dodges a series of projectiles. We'll be able to merge with the garrison of Zone F soon. My, how many entropic jellyfish are behind us? About 1/4 of them are following us. Huh, looks like luring them with operand loaded balloons is pretty effective. Damn, good work, Mai. It's the balloons. Not even entropics can resist a nice balloon. This girl and her balloon obsession. Bait them into the area with the buildings rigged to explode as planned. Then give Octogen the signal. Hey, Octogen exists! I'm putting him through, but are we really going to sacrifice those buildings?
Of course! Boom!
Nah!
Compared to leaving these buildings to be infected, they're far better off being used to get rid of them.
Don't you just want to blow things up?
Do you really need to ask?
It's our resident terrorist. As the Magnilda and Octogen teams merge. Yeah, see, this is not how you would write it. As the Magnilda and Octogen's teams merge. That's not regular English. Like, they got the meaning right, but the structure of their grammar is bad. Their grammar is frequently really bad. Like, normally you wouldn't write it like this. You would write it as Magnilda and Octogen's teams. Yeah. Yeah, that's how you write, as Magnilda and Octogen's teams. You don't need the here. Merge. Zone F lights up with explosions one after the other, consuming the entropic jellyfish amidst the fire and smoke. Like, the prose is fine. The prose is fine. But the grammar frequently has issues. The Oasis, Zone G, secondary defense line, temporary command center.
Zone F is proceeding as planned. Projected to complete the mission within half an hour. Same as Zone H. We've lured some of the entropic jellyfish to Zones F and H, but the high-order entropic is bound to advance further into Zone G. What are your plans, Persicaria?
Don't worry, Sol. Sol and Antonina and I will remain in Zone G and use existing defense lines to slow its progress wherever we can. Whenever you take care of jellyfish in your respective zones, return to the base. We'll handle it once it's isolated. You should use your sword, sorry. Wait, I just realized my chat's turned off. What the heck is my chat? Oh, there it is. Alright. You should use your sword of ADHD to hunt. I hear ADHD was the trait of hunters in yore. I'm not sure this would... that would probably just get... I mean, I do hunt, but... that doesn't really solve my problem. That doesn't solve my problem. I do hunt, but that doesn't solve my problem. The problem is work and getting money. I cannot, you know, I don't think you can be a career hunter in Canada. There isn't enough things to hunt. Never thought you'd have made such extensive preparations. We did infer previously that there would be more than 2 of these entropic jellyfish, though we never could have imagined that their numbers would be this ridiculous. We plan to eliminate the entropic jellyfish, but if they can infinitely birth more... No matter what type of empowerment this is, in the cloud, it functions with the prerequisite of operand availability. With our current strategies, we can at least efficiently eliminate the created jellyfish until she cannot create more of her kin. I hope that remains true. Soul, how are you faring? Everyone's good to go. We're ready for action. Though I do wonder where that high order entropic that was all smiles is. Good point. The later the better. As a matter of fact, but judging by the speed at which the front lines moved before, she should have arrived at the secondary defense line ages ago. She's probably past it. Something feels off, Antonina. Can you tell me what exactly is going on at the barrier? To prevent a repeat incident of what happened to the defense nodes, I put Sandbox G's barrier offline. If we're being optimistic, perhaps the barrier's automatic retaliation system worked as intended. Hang on. Persicaria, Anna, look! The horizon is gradually engulfed in a shade of purple. As the purple flood grows closer, everyone saw it for what it was. It's all jellyfish. The floor is jellyfish. Last event, the floor is purple. Now the floor is jellyfish. The purple organisms cluster together. Their mass a purple sea when looking on from afar. You're a jellyfish. Oh no. I don't want to be a jellyfish. You're playing an H game? I hear squish squish. Damn it, Poke. Why are you so dirty? Why are you so... At least wait until I play a dirty game before you make jokes like that. Is that we're having a serious story event right now. That'll be trouble. Perhaps some more of the low order entropics have been transformed into a tropic jellyfish, but the operands they would need for that. like hello Poke, good evening, but also thanks for coming, but also what the hell? Before they can respond, an alarm drags everyone present into an ever deeper abyss. Crap! Zones F and H have received heavy damage. Antonina calls up the archived imaging data. Low-order entropics slither through the gap, making for zones F and H. The operands from the barrier flow into them as their bodies engorge and burst apart, leaving only entropic fluid splattered over the barrier's surface. Squelching sounds! Squelching sounds! The entropic fluid soon begins to agitate and bubble, birthing new jellyfish endlessly, one after the other. Oh, we have birthing... Great. Soul hurries to meet them with a group of agents, yet in the face of an endlessly spawning great and vast multitude of entropics, hope was slim to all involved. The high-order entropic sits at the other extremity of the swarm. The line becomes wider and wider, almost wrapping around. Not like this! Not like this! At least, I can't just watch as everyone throws themselves into the grinder. RC when parents enter the room. What about it? What about it? RC is a completely serious game, a completely serious story. Except for when you bring out the cutouts. Except when you bring out the life-size standees. Persicaria mutters beneath her breath, her eyes fixating on the map in a deathly stare. Yet, no solution seems to exist for this predicament. I smooth over the white knight in my hand, my next move still uncertain. I have the upper hand, and a black bishop is soon to fall. My rationality reminds me constantly that I must not be swayed by Eucharist's words. But for her to be so self-assured while at such a disadvantage, just what did she have planned? Taking her time with this one, I understand how you feel. It's just that your time is running short. Eucharist taps at the game clock, making a thumping sound. The white side's hand continues to tick away, as if reminding me of what little time remains. Is the anxiety getting to you? Oh, all the time. You should be the anxious one here, no? I'm only reminding you out of the goodness of my heart. Struggling to fathom why Eucharist remains confident, I ponder for a period, but ultimately capture the Black Bishop as I previously intended. Well, seems like you've made a misstep in your haste, Professor. Always looking for outside the game will lead you to blunder, you know. Eucharist moves the Black Bishop in attack, capturing the White Knight. I suddenly found myself under siege on several fronts, advantage quickly turning into dilemma. You've come around faster than I expected. Unfortunately, it's still too slow, Professor. The moment it comes into contact with the Black Bishop, the white pieces slowly begin to corrode and melt, disintegrating into purple entropic fluid, slowly flowing off the board. As if it had received some sort of input, delicate sound of singing fills the space, gradually growing more and more vigorous. PNC when parents enter the room. Come, come, sing with us! As the song proceeds, the low-order entropics liquefy one by one, flowing into entropic liquid. Like, why do you need to say that? No, low-order entropics liquefy. You don't need to specify entropic liquid after that. We know it's entropic liquid because you literally just said they liquefied. Stuff like this just makes me go, what is going on with the writers? What is going on with the translation team? Soon after, countless jellyfish arise from the liquid. Yeah, I'm gonna take this chance to have a drink. Eucharist, what did you send to the oasis? Who knows? Looks like the dance has already begun. The jellyfish entropics oscillate their bodies in a motion akin to dancing. A brilliant counterattack. Thank you. What a shame you have no more ways out, Professor. The remaining foreseeable continuations would all lead to a deadlock, the white pieces confined by the black ones. What shall you do next? Let's see. If you would stake lives on this game, then you had better see it through. She's annoyed by this. As you wish, then, if that is how you will put it. Eucharist's leg bobbed back and forth some more as the entropic liquid squirms further up my leg. The minor entropization strikes me with a wave of nausea as I fight through it to lift a piece. Back.
They're pushing up again.
The sounds of strife come through the comms. The cries of agents can be heard, replete with resolve, courage, and pain. Countless agents fall as they are injured, but pick themselves back up. Avoid falling too deep into the enemy lines. Pull back! Medic teams, be ready! Persicaria, this cannot continue for long. The enemy pushes forward far faster than we estimated. The pre-deployed ordnance can eliminate a portion of the jellyfish, but with the sandbox barrier acting as their supply, they'll simply continue to spawn. If we retreat any further, we might even walk into an encirclement. But you know how the current situation is. We put in everything we had, and we couldn't even get past their defensive lines, much less touch the high-order entropic. Asking people to put themselves on the line under these circumstances is akin to sentencing them to death. I understand, but we have no other options. We do. Persicaria spoke softly, but her tone was firm. Scorched earth. You'd abandon the oasis? I've planned a route to the Enigma Center. Neumann will receive us there. The entropic infestation there is mild, and the Sanctifier's forces are close by. If we can reach Enigma, we can at least have room to maneuver. Even if we'll come with the oasis at the cost? Sorry, I know I promised the professor. Persicaria looks at the wounded next to her. With the sheer amount of casualties, the temporary command center has been repurposed for the wounded. With the speed of the enemy advance, even the medical team in the command center may soon be forced to transfer. Yeah. You know, there comes a time when you have to cut your losses, you know? You have to say, you know, we can't... The original objectives could not be achieved, and therefore we have to scale back, retreat, and, you know, we can do it later, basically. As the leader, you have to know when to make that call. Some people, especially when they're not in, especially when they don't have to lead. I've experienced this at work, in my workplaces. Some people, when they do not have the, don't have the experience of leading, and when they're not in the lead position, they'll just be like, "Oh, but the leader said to do this and that." Yeah, well, the leader's not here right now, so, we need to figure out a way to make this work. And if it's not working, then we need to change things up. But people are like, and then like, it pisses me off so much, because they were giving me the talk back, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm like the only person here who like knows what's going on, and I'm basically in charge, but you won't listen to what I say. It's just annoying. Like here, at least they're listening to Persicaria, but like, you have to realize when the objectives are not attainable, and like you have to like switch gears. I'm just following orders. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. The heavily injured and uncontrollable groan and wail, submerging the already cramped space in pain and misery. Many of the medical personnel couldn't stand to watch any longer, and put agents into forced hibernation. You know, at that point though, honestly, I should have just been like, yeah, I'll take responsibility, so shut up and do it. But I was also pretty new. I'm not used to being in leadership positions. The definition of insanity is repeating something multiple times and expecting it to... I'm not sure if that's what it is. I hear that all the time. But you know, that's not quite true though, you know? I mean, what is souls? What is practice? What is perfecting your skills? You certainly can develop skills over time and become better and faster and more efficient. Just doing the same thing over and over. But obviously, when there are things that can be changed, you have to adapt. We have no other choice. Home is only home when we still have companions at our side. Home is where the heart is. But without the oasis, even if we do successfully evacuate, where will we go after that? I don't know, but at least we need to weather this storm. Persicaria, calm down. Soul, you... Seeing someone supposed to be in the heat of front lines by her side, Persicaria was forced to take a moment to collect herself. It's a reference. I don't know what's a reference to, but I've seen a lot of people quote it. You forget to cut the call. No, I should say thank goodness you forgot to cut the call. I think Persicaria could do with a field report and a little heart-to-heart. Soul hastily wipes away bloodstains on her body before tightly gripping Persicaria's hand. Look, I'm still here, and I can keep going. There's no need for sacrifices, and it's not time to give up yet. We can still hold them for some time. No. In the worst case scenario, there'll be nothing we can do. We've had enough situations where there was nothing to be done, but we're still here. Damn it, Soul, stop using the power of friendship. This isn't anime. I mean, it is, but it's not. You're making my little rant earlier become irrelevant. How dare you? You're saying I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm right. I'm not wrong. I did not make a mistake. Meh. Feeling the temperature from Soul's palm, A certain warm strength flows into Persicaria. Take this time to think while you can. See if there are any other ways to go about this. I can give you some more time. I can't just gamble with everyone's lives. Relax. If we really can't endure any longer, I'll accept a retreat, but that time is not now. I agree with Soul, and as much as I hate to admit it, maybe Professor will turn this around for us somehow. Alright. Persicaria glimpses at the approaching entropic swarm. We still have the option of retreat available. Before we're well and truly surrounded, there may be room to struggle. But if we get to the stage where there's nothing we can do to fight back, we must be prepared to immediately retreat. Got it. I'll hold on for a little longer with everyone. Ha! These bottles of attrition are so dull, Professor. Compared to toughing it out there, wouldn't you be better off just surrendering? You're not stalling for time anymore? With how stacked the odds are, I don't think that's necessary anymore. Oh, judging by their expression, do you have some other surprises left in store, Professor? How could you forget the very rules you dictated? I took your piece earlier, but I haven't sent a message yet. You really think a single message is enough to turn the tide? Alright. Eucharist raises an eyebrow, looking at me pompously. I will enjoy your final struggles then. Please, if you would. Guys, are we gonna finish the story? It's been an hour. It's been an hour. We've only done like 4 parts. Oh no. Isolated pawns. When advancing through disparate terrain and danger lurks all around you, cling desperately to life until hope arrives. Yes. Never give up. Never give up your will to live. You know, I was watching this YouTuber talk about how he was in the military, right? He was in the US military. And he was sent to the sandbox to fight. And he went to the sandbox and he fought. And nothing happened. But then like years later down the line, he was riding a motorcycle on the highway. On like the interstate. And he slipped and crashed. And during that crash, his arm hit a metal pole. And basically when he got up, he found that half of his arm was hanging. Yes, that's right. His entire, like, I don't know if it's his right arm or his left arm, but one of his arms was like from the elbow down, it was just hanging because the bone had completely snapped. And the only thing that was keeping it, holding it together was like some ligaments and muscle. Like it was almost completely torn off. And at that point he had to make a decision. Was that, well, he was either gonna live or he was gonna die. And he thought back to his boot camp training with his drill instructor, his drill sergeant, who yelled at him, saying, "Never give up the will to live." And so, he decided to go to his bike, grab a wrench from the motorcycle box. He grabbed a wrench. He took his shirt, tore off a piece of fabric with his teeth, which, by the way, tearing off fabric with your teeth is actually not that easy. It's not that easy, unless it's a really old shirt. and he used it to basically tie... What was it? He basically used it to create a what do they call those? He used to use it to constrict his arm so that he didn't bleed out and die. Not a splint. It's because basically, you know, his arm was completely detached. It's not a splint. He used it as a it's one of those emergency pieces of equipment that you only use if... Yeah, tourniquet, that's what it was. He used it as an emergency tourniquet. And... Yeah, that's what it was. And basically he had to make the choice. He's either gonna wait there and die because he's in the highway and there's not gonna be anywhere in... And it's like late at night. It's like 1 a.m. or something. There's not gonna be anyone there to show up. And his phone didn't have any signal. And so he decided, well, there's no signal, and I can either wait here in the hopes that someone comes to find me, and probably I'll bleed out and die, or I can walk to where the signal is with my arm hanging off my body. And so he grabbed his arm with his other arm, and basically just walked down the street for like an hour maybe. Incredible that he could survive that long. About maybe an hour? Until he got a signal, and then he called an ambulance. And the ambulance arrived, but they arrived to the crash site. They couldn't find him. And so he had to tell them to stay there, and he had to go walk back to where he originally crashed to find the ambulance. But he did it. He did it, and he lived. Not only did he live, they were able to stitch his arm back on, and he still has a fully functioning arm to this day. I mean, okay, maybe not fully functioning, but it's like, I don't know, 80% functional? That's pretty good considering like it completely came off. And you know, that was really hard, you know? He was probably like in extreme pain and bleeding out for like over an hour. But he decided to live. Guys, never give up the will to live. You know, it doesn't matter if you're like in an accident or if you've got some mental turmoil, depression, economic woes. Never give up the will to live. Never! Squad SO2, follow up. So like, I've been in dark places before, both physically and mentally. But you know what? Don't give up. This is not advice, okay? This is not advice. This is a demand. I demand that you never give up on life. Okay? Never. No. A3 and C6 activate explosives to assist the attack. Too late, time to shut up. You won't be going to Gensokyo. Not today. The jellyfish and tropics are rejuvenating even faster while the front line extends. We need more firepower. No. Persicaria contemplates the ever-expanding blemish of purple on the screen. Their previous struggles akin to the tossing of a pebble into an ocean. We're running out of time. Destroy all energy cores in the Oasis and prepare for a mass retreat. Persicaria! This is our last chance. If we fail to grasp it, we won't even have a worst-case scenario available. Synchronize all teams. A blaring alert stops Persicaria from issuing her commands. As Zone H's barrier falls completely, the purple dots signifying entropic presence proliferate rapidly, threatening to strike at the projected evacuation routes. Persicaria hears the ephemeral whispering of the entropic beside her ears, forbidding her from such a painless departure from this revelry. Oh no! The escape path's blocked off. The attack has suddenly become a whole lot fiercer. What's going on?
We'll have to defend at Zone A's defense node. There are only possible escape left.
Alright, Anna. Help me control the entropics in direction of Zone A. I'll lead a squad to break through. Sun Tzu's Art of War. Never completely cut off your enemy's line of escape. Always give them one way to escape, so you can shoot at them as they run.
Don't you need to tell me?
Because if you like completely close it off, then they'll fight like cornered rats. But if you give them a way out, then they'll try to run. And you can shoot them while they run. Agents who can still fight, follow me and cover the route to Zone A. Soul rushes forth with blade in hand, severing an entropic jellyfish's tentacle. Another tentacle emerges from a puddle, constricting her ankle. Oh no! As she loses her balance, the entropic grasps this chance to lunge at her, the moment before it connects with her chest. Always in imminent peril, aren't you? You're racking up these favors you owe me, Soul. Lind! Don't be so loud, seriously. You haven't changed one bit after so long. Though I'm glad that the first person I laid my eyes on is you, and not that guy. Soul finds herself placed upright by a mechanical arm, the other running the entropic jellyfish clean through. Havoc. Hey, she's fine! Nice! The boobs... Is it okay to call her the tits and ass? Cause... Oh, whoops. I've been itching to go. These entropics sucked away my operands, right? Havoc swings her shield, swinging at the oh, I guess she's a guard. The jellyfish was crushed to a pulp. Like... Is it okay to call her the tits and ass? Cause like, you know... Look at her proportions. Look at her proportions. Oh right, this is YouTube. And this is the current year. I'm not allowed to say TNA. Because it's bad for monetization, you know? The YouTube bot will like bonk me for saying TNA. No, I have to say booba. And it Guys, can I be real with you for a second? I think booba sounds dumb. I think it sounds silly. I feel like I'm 5 years old when I say booba. Okay, I feel like I'm 5 years old when I say booba. I feel like a little child who can't be allowed to say what they want to say. Milk and cake. Okay, that works a little bit better. Don't mess up your shield again. The lace is going to talk your ear off. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. Guardians, time to get ravaging. With a raised arm, Havoc leads a charge into the swarm. Bakery girl. Just in time. How'd you get over here? The cake and buns? The cake and buns? From Zone A, of course. Looking at the situation, what other choice do you have? She's the entire bakery? Your professor really is something. We went to all that effort to get out of that trap, and then we had to speed all the way over here. The total amount we're owed is going to be some good tallying. Then the defense nodes in Zone A. Oh, those entropics were completely focused on attacking you, so we broke through from the rear. That area should be more or less clear of them. Damn! Lind, you're amazing! Ah, let go of me! She doesn't like being touched, guys. Can't escape these bear hugs anywhere I go, huh? Lind pushes Soul off in a stilted manner, flexing her mechanical arms. Not the time to catch up. We can talk after things stabilize. Alright, I'll go tell Persicaria. Persicaria. Lind finds herself exhaling lengthily again, diving into the entropic mass, as if escaping from reality. Oh, we're fighting her. Jellyfish lady. Oh, she's got wings. The CG art does not really tell us she's got wings. Okay? Tells us she has tentacles. Ptolemy. Summons servants, of which... Abyssal servants. Oh! Abyssal servants. Aha. I guess we are in Kantai collection. Why is this defensive capacity thing so big? I can't read her skills. Randomly summons water pillars. When HP first falls below 70%. Knock them back, geysers. Okay, yeah, let's just go. Oh, I just realized this is completely this fight is completely controlled. I can't do anything about it. Like, I can't. All these characters are pre-selected. Oh, she did she dodge my? Come on. Oh, that was strangely easy. Illusionary snare. Take on the terrible burden of living and marshal the determination to wake your dreams. The new UI for the skills is very good, thank you, Mika. No way this can be Kankale. There's gameplay beyond organization. Oh yeah, gameplay. Damn. I mean, that's what Girls Frontline... Girls Frontline barely has gameplay. They try as much as they could. Entropic liquid enters Lin's system through the entropic core. The pain overpowering her consciousness. Die. You die. Guys, in case you didn't get it, it hurts. In case you didn't get it, it hurts. Yeah, this is literally me. 20 minutes before stream started, this was me. Ah. Analogous responses and analogous circumstances, blurring the lines between reality and hallucination. I don't understand. Clinical test subject doll. They programmed fabricated systems for me, inflicted upon me real treatment, and observed my pain. Yeah, they used her as an experiment to see what happens to a person if you don't use anesthesia. Operation without anesthesia. Oh, yeah, that sounds like fun. Oh wait, that was me. Hi. I'm a doll sent by 42 Lab to assist in the program here. You can call me Not. I like that name. What are you called? Let me have a look at your badge. Lind, huh? Can't say I've heard of that program before. Are you here for a planned checkup too, or... I'm a doll. Leave me be. The individual in front of me did not express disgust and take their leave like all the other researchers. She takes a step forward, sitting by my side.
N06, commence routine inspection process. Next, N07, please be ready.
Ah, what awful timing. I'm up next. I'll catch you around. Inspection waiting room. A claustrophobic little white hut, with nary a piece of furniture, save for a bench. Where's the bench? I don't see a bench anywhere. GFL lacks gameplay, but compared to Kankle, it was big in that you actually had... Yeah. They were able to do a lot, surprisingly. Considering that, you know, what they started out with. They added up a lot. They added a lot of, you know, little mini games here and there, you know? We got Liftberry chess. Totally not 100% orange juice. What a farce. Humans preparing a bench for a doll in all their pretentiousness. Dolls that undergo routine inspections sit in queue here. As brief as those waits may be, this is also the only place where I see other dolls. Yeah, I need to catch up too. Apparently we're going to Avernus again. We're gonna do, or at least my sister, Kuruko's gonna do the event where something happens to Anjay. You know, something very big happens to Anjay. Not that it means anything to me. You see. I'm not gonna give you a convincing scream. I have my voice to protect. Record each data category well. Make sure the subject remains conscious and that their senses are functioning normally. When will it end? When will it end? Let it end. 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 Oh my god, Lind is literally me. Lind is literally me, guys. I'm not even kidding. Like 20 minutes before stream, this was literally me. Sternum incision successful. Injecting cooling fluid and simulated body fluids. Simulating extracorporeal circulation. Why was I created? To bear this kind of pain that never will have an end? Oh yeah, she's literally me, guys. I do not understand what value these experiments hold for humans. Test subject doll. It even sounds like a pseudoscience. Does someone take joy in torturing me? Even if this is all real, even if it helps humanity, what does it have to do with me? Perfectly emulating a human's sensory organs. What a purgatory. What a curse. Hey, Lind, we meet again. I got my hands on something cool. Close your eyes. What? Before I could start to close my eyes, this doll I've been forced into being familiar with, named Not, stuffed something into my mouth. What is this? It's so sweet. Haha, perfect. I was guessing whether or not you had a module that simulated taste. Thank goodness you do. What is this? It's a lollipop. The substance in front of her eyes was crystal-like, almost seeming to give off its own light if angled correctly. Lollipop. I'll remember that.
N06, commence routine inspection process. Next, N07, please be ready.
Wow, look at that. Time sure passes fast. I'll be off. Tell me what you feel next time. Better not be an explosive lollipop. It's fine, MP7's not in this game. Core implant successful. Preparing to connect ports. Why is it that when they both shine with light, luminescence from surgery light, and a lollipop invoke such different feelings? Left core successfully connected. Just a little longer. It'll all be over soon. Soon. If only I could go to the waiting room a bit sooner. No. Expectations will only make the pain harder to bear. Right core successfully connected. Just a little longer. It'll all be over when I'm finished counting. 1,999. Aortopulmonary window activity complete. Implant successfully connected. Are they putting a heart in her? Are they doing heart surgery? Where was I up to? Let's start again. 1,999. Lind, I know the program you belong to now. What does that matter? Would she not come to see me anymore after finding the truth? That's alright. I knew long ago that no one would come to help me. It was a little hard to breathe. I will count then. When I am done, it will all be over. I'll help you run away. An unexpected proposal. A pleasant and dangerous fire. You've gone mad. Lind, let me tell you a secret. Me? I'm the stubborn type. The researchers almost determined me to be defective during neural evaluation because of that. Can't say I disagree. So anything I set my mind on doing, I'll do, even if I have to bank my life on it. Remember when I first gave you a lollipop? So sweet it made me gag. Yeah, but I thought that smile suited you. Ah, she's rizzing her! If only you always smiled like that. Now you're making me gag. What kind of tacky romance movie? Not produces an improvised remote from somewhere. Smiles at me and hits a switch. Wait. You're insane! You're going to blow this place up? Haha, I wouldn't. Just a little trick to make the security door break for a bit. That dangerous flame would light up the darkness regardless. Hey, stop standing around, go! You're not leaving? I'll follow you in a bit. There'll be someone to pick you up. We'll meet later. No, you're lying. Okay, I understand. See you. No, don't believe her. Make her go with you. Yeah, catch you. Why not stop her? You should have. Why let her remain? You know she's going to encounter if she stays. Why? The scenery changes rapidly as she screeches in questioning, as if a great deal of time had passed. Why? Sorry, Lind, really. You think sorry does anything? Do you know what meeting Not Again in the Cloud meant to me? I hear my own voice, furious and distraught. And now you take her away from me again. We could only escape the Sanctifier's pursuit if Not stayed behind. If someone had to stay behind, I'd much rather have it been you. I spout forth abuse uncontrollably. I knew deep down that Persicaria only did the very same thing I did before. I was the one at fault. Why is it that every time you're the one who stays behind? Not? I understand. It's all my fault. If I wasn't so insistent, Not wouldn't have. No, that's not it. The one I can't forgive is myself. Enough. The figure in front of me continually apologizing, just like me back then. Agonized, feeble, powerless in the face of reality. A sight that inspires revulsion. Get out of here, or your own neural cloud is going to collapse. Run! Lind, where are you going? The further away the better. Seeing her again only reminds me that Not is dead. All because of myself. I walk on uncontrollably, until the nearby scenery dissipates, until my very existence almost fades to nothing. Yes, let the thoughts depart. It'll all be over. I've sought, for so long, the final release of this burden. No. An inharmonious figure appears at the end of the road. Why not? I see it clearly, the face of the person in front of me. A face not seen in ages, but crystal clear to me all the same. Remember me, will you? Live on, bearing my life. How cruel. It's a most selfish request. But if you would ask it of me, I cannot do anything but accept. If so, don't just go off and die after leaving a singular thing. Come and tell me to my face. Tell me to live on with your own damn mouth. Lind reaches toward the bright spark, her hand pervading Not's phantasm, tightly grasping the tentacles on the entropic core. Uh-oh. Seems I failed to die again. Seriously, there's always someone stopping me from going all the way. What a pain. Why? You look so surprised. I wanted to say this before. I hate it whenever someone gives me that kind of high and mighty, cocky expression. You should have gone unconscious already from the entropization. You really don't take me for anything, huh? What a pain I felt. What pain I felt before is a million times greater than this pathetic bit of liquid. Ptolemy instinctively tries to create distance, but Lin latches onto her tentacles and quickly comes into striking distance. Want to take my operands? Then you can have them with the side of entropy liquid. Let me teach you what true pain is, yeah? Let me show you what true pain is! Yeah. Guys, she's just like me, for real, for real! She grinded her pain resistance stats. Pretty much. Advance through the mists, overcome your doubts, and proceed to where you ought to be. Alright. It's just herself this time.
体についた。気持ち悪い。早く帰ろう。
Okay, let's change this over to offensive build. Oh, wait, no. Flexible strategy, that's what we need,
薬
yes.
剤の検査完了。始めていいよ。拘束具が緩んじゃった。
Yo, they said William? Did they say William? I didn't see.
薬剤
Did
の
I
検
miss
査
it?
完了。始めていいよ。
I didn't see it. I didn't see them.
体
Was there
に
any
つい
parts
た。
that actually said
気持
William?
ち悪い。早く帰ろう。
Also, it seems like
薬剤の検査完了。
recently
始めていいよ。
some VTubers in Japan have been live streaming in vertical format, like it's short. And apparently, this shows up in the shorts, and it's good for algorithm. So like people will be like randomly scrolling through the shorts, and they'll just all of a sudden come across a VTuber live streaming. Like if it's true, I want to actually try it out and see if I can game the system to get a few extra subscribers maybe. Like I know people who subscribe to you from like content like that probably are not gonna stay. But I want to see if it works. I want to see if it works, even if they won't stay. So maybe next week I'll try to do a live stream from shorts. I think I misheard Linda's William. Oh, that's probably what happened. So yeah, next week I'll try to do a live stream short, and hopefully, like I'll put a, what do you call it? I'll put a poll, a questionnaire in the chat asking where people came from as a test to see if they came from shorts. I'm interested in seeing what the results are. You know, no English VTuber I've seen has done it yet. But I have a feeling that it could be something nice. And you know, just to break the pace a little. So yeah, we'll do maybe some karaoke on YouTube. My first time. My first time doing a YouTube karaoke session. TikTok audience, yeah. I mean, hey, you roll with the punches, right? You try your best to always do what's popular. Don't fight. They shouldn't be fighting the wave, right? There we go. What forceless attacks? Huh? Why must it be now? Ptolemy attempts to free herself from Lin's hands, but finds no purchase. Entropic liquid flows into Ptolemy, along with operands, as her body becomes more and more translucent, a shade of purple deep inside intensifying. Ah, I've missed the dance, haven't I? Oh, is there like more than one of her? But worry not, we'll meet in earnest soon. Gradually, as if melting, Ptolemy shrivels in appearance, turning into a jellyfish? Confused, Lind kicks at the entropic jellyfish to the ground, receiving no feedback. After piercing the jellyfish with a mechanical arm and ensuring it poses no threat, Lind lets out a long sigh of relief, tossing aside the now soft and flabby tentacles, and slumps down to the ground. And here I thought there was going to be some great battle. I'm sorry, your princess is in another castle. So it was a transformed entropic jellyfish. These damn antics give me a good scare. Lind gives the entropic core still in her chest a little rub. Perhaps because a part of its entropic liquid was absorbed by the jellyfish, the purple coloration within the crystal had lost much of its intensity. Something of a silver lining, I guess. Have I been saved by you again, Not? Lind! The building's gate bursts open with a thud, and a blue girl storms in with an aura of vengefulness around her. Hey, it's the cake and buns! Huh? Oh, you're alright. That's my line. Are you alright? Where'd that entropic go? You're late. Lind gives the jellyfish entropic, slumped into a pile by her feet, another kick. Whoa, you killed that thing yourself? More like, it went back to its original shape. Looks like it wasn't the actual Ptolemy, or whatever, just a transformed version of one of its babies. Ugh, that's a weight off my shoulders, but all of the emotional investment I put in. How are you lot in here anyway? The Entropic let us go. Not long after we left the communication node, Havoc insisted on dragging us back here. When we found the Entropic jellyfish at the door was gone, we thought something had happened to you. And Havoc was so worried she nearly started bawling. Oh, piss off! Since everyone's alright, let's move on to business. Was our topic just then not business enough? I think we'd better talk about how you almost cried. Let's analyze this entropic jellyfish while we can. Dodging Lynn's eyes, Havoc squats down beside the jellyfish, prodding at its body with her weapon. Wow, this thing's still pumping out residual energy, so it should have been really tough. How'd you beat it? I don't really know either. It sucked away some of the energy in the entropic core with my operands, and shrunk like that right after. All I did was finish it off. Along with sucking up your operands, I suppose, it isn't surprising that it's holding that much energy. Ah, was it going into some sort of comatose state because it was going to evolve? Like a butterfly coming out of a cocoon. Imaginative. I'm being serious! The ringtone sounds once again. Who is it now? We've got to get going. Lynn shows Havoc the contents of the message. A map with a designated route towards the oasis. Some information on the jellyfish and tropics, and a request that they assist the oasis post-haste. Without surprise, the message was signed off with Hakuya. Seriously, not even a single moment of respite after dealing with a whole crisis. The Oasis's professor really has no idea how to be considerate. I think much of the same, but that's how working for others works. Alright, let's go see these old friends of yours. Bring that up again, and I'm requesting that boss never sends me out with you. Oh, don't be so harsh. Okay, what I really don't like about these events is where you always fight a boss, but it turns out, no, that wasn't the real boss. Now you fight the boss again, but no, it wasn't the real boss. Please. An exchange of determination. Simulate all possible outcomes of each move, and distill courage from trust. Persicaria, we have a new batch of wounded. Alright, send them over to 9 o'clock. There's some temporary medical equipment there. 1 second, the situation in the field eased up a little. I'll come help. Wait, where's Anna? The entropic jellyfish are absorbing the sandbox barrier's operands. She's figuring out a countermeasure. Persicaria hurriedly looks away from her command terminal, ordering the logistics personnel in their efforts to settle wounded agents. What happened to this batch of injured? The area the medical team is in is already at its upper limit. Thankfully, we've managed to hold on to Zone A's defense nodes. Persicaria, is that you? Yeah, I'm here, Clotho. Hearing a familiar voice, Persicaria leans down to take its owner's hand in hers. Are you alright? I'm fine. Hell blocked an attack for me when it mattered. Can you tell me how Centaurace is? She was attacked by entropics and required anti-entropization serum to prevent further infection. Half an hour ago, Persicaria gave her one last injection of operands to maintain functionality, soon after she fell unconscious. Persicaria does not have the heart. She's alright, don't worry. You can relax and recover. Thank goodness. As long as she's fine. To be truth, it all does really hurt. When I think that Centauraces made biscuits, it all feels not so bad. You're badly hurt, don't talk. Just rest, please. Alright, I'm a little tired. Let me sleep for a bit. Persicaria holds Clotho's hands, directing a warm stream of operands into her body, slowly mending her wounds. Persicaria, you are already responsible for both command and healing. With so much operand consumption, your neural cloud. Thank you for your concern, but I will not fall. Clotho's initial treatment is done. I'll leave the rest to you. Persicaria rises to her full height and surveys the surroundings. More and more injured agents float into the temporary command center, ostensibly turning the cramped room into a place where one could almost be intimate with death. Same procedure as before? Yeah, do everything you can to pull them back, but put them into forced hibernation if you must. If you're out of operands or run into other troubles, just call for me. I'll take care of it. But Persicaria, you're operands. Don't worry, I know my limits. Sol is still out there buying us time. Coffee addicto namen nayo. Yeah, don't underestimate a coffee addict. All that caffeine is going somewhere after all. When my operands are about to run out, everyone needs to evacuate to the Enigma sector. Then we detonate all the energy cores in the Oasis, eliminating the high order entropic. Persicaria looks out the window. From behind, her figure seems so meager to bony, as if it could crumple at any moment. The exiles cannot have any more deaths. Persicaria, you should have some rest. Persicaria, look who I've got with me! Before Boney was finished speaking, she was spooked by Sol bursting in through the door. Boney? Oh, sorry, did I scare you? I'm okay. Boney gives her chest a few pats, noticing that Persicaria had also turned around in response to the noise. But it was not shock written over her face. Instead, Persicaria's previously tense countenance visibly relaxes, with even a hint of smile creeping in. I'll not bother you guys then. I'll be off to take care of the wounded. So, this is... where's Lind? Hearing the name Lind, Persicaria unconsciously trembles. She's literally shaking inside. Sol scratches her head on as she ponders when the warm hand in hers has turned into a mechanical one. The blue-haired girl on her other side is assuredly approaches Persicaria, slinging an arm over her shoulder. Hello, right, self-introductions. I'm Havoc, one of the Guardians. Whoa, look at all these casualties. It must have been really rough. But now that we're here to help, I'm sure it'll all be fine. Hi. Your assistance is appreciated. Oh, don't be so formal. You're Persicaria, yeah? Your reputation truly precedes here. You know of me? Of course, you're the one the Oasis heads, so it's only natural. Lind also. A mechanical hand extended from beyond the door clasped itself over Havoc's mouth at the very last moment. Ah, I was wondering where you were. Lind, I thought you were lost. A long sigh came from the outside the door, and Lind begrudgingly reveals herself. Lind. As a preface, I'm only here for work. If there wasn't a need to explain some key things about the entropics, I'd much rather not see you at all. She's being so soon. Once I'm done here, I'm off to the battlefield. I don't imagine you'll have time to catch up on old times either, right? Let's not waste any time. She just said time 3 times. That's so awkward. It's fine. It's good to simply see you. No. Please don't act so intimate. It'd make it a million times harder for me to finish what I'm here to say. Lynn, don't be like that. Witnessing the very air between the two stagnate, Sol awkwardly changes the topic. Let's talk about your previous discoveries. Alright. She opens up her terminal with a practiced hand. The mechanical hand bound to her gives her head a few rubs, peeling apart a lollipop for her. We received a commission from the professor to come assist the Oasis. Never mind, recounting the whole synopsis is a pain. Havoc, you do it. Want me to do the honors? Alright. Putting away her impish expression, she gets in a good stretch before giving a rundown. After an exchange of information, the two parties were now aware of the mutual circumstances and current situation. So you were helping us. No wonder our communications were restored this quickly. You do that too? Do what? On top of that, it's nothing short of a miracle to know that the professor can send messages. You have my utmost gratitude. I turn Irish all of a sudden sometimes. Parody. Oh my goodness. Lynn took the Tolamaya, high order entropic, on alone. Incredible. The Tulumaya. It's too many, too many, it's... No, it's Ptolemy. I mean, it's you can pronounce it as Ptolemy or Ptolemy. By the way, there were sure a lot of them. I prefer Ptolemy. Ptolemy sounds cooler to me, though. Ptolemy. Ignore Havoc's baloney. Ptolemy just talked to me by attaching a part of her consciousness onto an entropic jellyfish. And the other stuff you don't need to know. In any case, after pumping that entropic jellyfish full of operants, it entered a comatose state. So we took care of it while it was like that. Yes, we retrieved a shard of it, which you can analyze if you want. I see. Antonino, were you listening?
Understood. Analysis already started.
Lies of Ptolemy. Parodies. Wow, nothing short of greased lightning. This isn't that exile efficiency, huh? Alright, back on light topic. Lynn turns her eyes up at Havoc, continuing as she did before. Our guess is that absorbing operands led it to some state akin to evolving, which disables it. Alright, with what we know now, we'll be able to take them all out. Thank you for the intel. We will utilize it accordingly. Okay, that's the intel exchange done. Havoc, we're going back into the field. Alrighty. Thank you. We'll inform you later when we're preparing to retreat. Huh? You're retreating? To where? We're temporarily evacuating to Enigma sector. Your assistance will only help us in preserving Zone A's defense nodes for a brief period. With what the jellyfish and tropics are capable of, this place will soon become the front line. We must leave while we still have the chance. What about your oasis? In these times, the exiles remain more important than the oasis. We plan to enact a scorched earth policy. Are you joking? Lind bolts forward, grabbing Persicaria's collar. Are you having a malfunction? Is there something wrong with your neurocloud? We go through all this effort to bring you the enemy's weakness, and you're going to run away? Lind. Persicaria takes a deep breath, facing off with Lind multiple times. With Lind multiplies the pressure resting on her, but some things are inevitable. Truth be told, I've considered this possibility before. Your intel has only served to confirm my speculation. Additionally, I've calculated ahead of time what quantity of operands would be needed to make Ptolemy enter such a comatose state. Miss Havoc, may I ask how many operands you needed to make the jellyfish entropic full? It's really embarrassing to say, but the whole squad of guardians and I were sucked dry. Sucked dry, you say? If one jellyfish requires such a ridiculous amount of operands, I cannot imagine how much Ptolemy would need. The worst case scenario is that we'll have to hand over all our operands to the enemies and become powerless ourselves. Even in the case of the best possible outcome, where we really do wipe out all the entropics, what are we to do if new enemies appear? All our resources will be dry, and there'll be nothing we can do, so... abandoning the oasis is the only reliable option. Huh, abandoning the oasis. You were the one going on and on about the oasis. That's why Not died in the first place. The name Nov Not brought Persicarier another inexorable tremble. And now the exile name is enough to make you abandon this place? I made this decision taking into account the casualties sustained. Then what are you taking Not sacrifice back then for? I have to do this because it was the reason Not died. Lynn's grip loosens. Persicaria's strength leaves her body and she falls to her knees. Extended periods of command and combat, in combination with her neurocloud now entering overdrive, stripped her of the energy it would take to stand up. I've always from the very beginning, regretted that. Why was I so insistent on going to the oasis then? I projected and simulated countless alternatives in my neurocloud, but I always knew that they would never come to be. Lind, I've always wanted to see you, to know that you were still safe after that day. But the day has come and I am afraid. Because of my decision back then, At the very least, I can't just let the people around me fight till their deaths because of my stubbornness. Persicaria. Soul, don't give me that look. You think I'm pathetic, don't you? I cannot bear to imagine any outcome resembling failure. At least if we retreat, everyone will be alive. Soul slowly moves toward her. Persicaria instinctively closes her eyes, only to feel an embrace instead. So this is what was going through your mind. None of us knew. No wonder why you always told us to just retreat. To think of it, everything you did was just so we didn't lose anyone, right? Yeah. Thank you. Come to think of it, I never mentioned it, did I? I've always wanted to say thank you. Thank you? It was you being so persistent back then that let us get to the Oasis and meet so many friends. Because of the Oasis, so many exiles found a home. Persicaria stares at Soul, somewhat idly, as if failing to comprehend what she meant. Soul, get out of the way. Now, Lind, let's talk about this. Soul gets up and puts up a defensive stance, but Havoc pulls her off to the side, whispering something in her ear. Lind storms up, vehemently pulling Persicaria off the ground. I despise it when you're all self-piteous and atoning like this, as if the whole damn world spins around you. You're afraid to see me? You think I'm desperate to see you? It takes everything I have to stop myself from beating the snot out of you right now. I'll never forgive your decision back then. Not died because of your obsession. But it's as Soul says, not agreed with the decision to make it for the Oasis. Objectively speaking, those who remained are still alive. Not knew exactly what she was getting into when she stayed behind there. If now you're going to let Nott's resolve go to waste, I'm going to kill you. Lin lets go, and Persicaria slumps into a chair in the temporary command center. Show's over, Havoc, we're going. That's all? There's enough entropics left in the Oasis for us to worry about. Well, can't say I ever took you for the gentle type. Keep going and you'll get to see the not-so-gentle side of me. Oh no, spare me! Lind and Havoc's footsteps drift into the distance, and the room soon sinks back into silence. Soul, do you honestly mean what you said? I think Lind's right. The Oasis is our home, and not something we can just give up. Some sacrifices are worth making. It's better than wandering Magracy, right? We never know what I'll end up running into in the future. Can really dispose of Ptolemy, though. Well, naturally, that comes down to how we plan it all out. But no matter what your choice is, I'll be right behind you. Why do I hear the sound of big promises the moment I get back? Oh, Anna, just how fast are you? Countermeasure program for the jellyfish in tropics is done. They'll get no more operands from the sandbox barrier. So you mean their numbers won't increase anymore? No, not the numbers. The numbers won't go up. If the numbers don't go up, then what's the point? Antonina gives a somewhat surprised expression. Ptolemy in English, or Ptolemaios. Ptolemaios. Yeah, you could also pronounce it like that as well. Ptolemy, Ptolemaios, Ptolemaio. Correct, the amount of operands we need to be a static value, and we will even be able to estimate how long that comatose period lasts, depending on the circumstances. So you mean... What I mean it is indeed within the realm of possibility to eliminate Ptolemy. Persicaria looks at Antonina's gathered results and finds herself speechless. Look, I'm not good at saying soppy things like soul, and you wouldn't find me comforting someone in a million years, but I believe in you. Whether or not your decisions are right or wrong, whether the outcome is good or bad, maybe even whether or not I make it out alive. But I believe in you, so you ought to believe in those by your side as well. Well, yeah, Japan tends to get their pronunciations from the original, you know? Whereas American tends to grab it from a bunch of different sources. Basically, it filtered through French and then into English, and then it filtered over from British English to American English. Like, if you read these terms in British English, the pronunciations are still correct, but it's because Americans can't pronounce English properly. So yeah, they kind of just threw away the pronunciation rules. Yeah, believe it and we can do it. Hey, sorry, we just wanted to say that we're all done with our initial treatment. I can help too. After filtering some lightly wounded agents, the medical team can receive more wounded. Like watching a dinosaur Sentai and Triceratops is Triceratops. Yeah. Unfortunately, this is just the path we've chosen. So believe in us. Magnilda and Horizon have sent word as well, saying the entropics in their areas have been repelled. See, Persicaria? Like I said before, everyone's here. She fails to hold back her tears, starting to blur her vision, and she gazes at everyone in front of her. Whoa, hey Persicaria, you alright? I'm alright. It looks like I really have been marching in place for so long that I've forgotten how many people there are next to me. I look away for a moment and everyone else has already moved on. We've always moved forward together. Persicaria nods a few times, wiping away the tears. I can't believe we stalled here this long because of me. Don't worry, with the Guardians here, the situation's a lot less dire. I'll be able to have a rest too. I mean to say, if we want to put any plan in action, we'll have to get moving quickly. You already have something in mind, Persicaria? Yes, I have a general plan, but I'll need some help. Alright, I'll help with whatever you need to. I don't know about that. You'll not likely understand a single thing from looking at the data. Underestimating this intellectual, are you? The atmosphere in the command center finally warms up. So, Professor has always headed the exiles with this type of spirit. Now everyone knows what part of the plans we're responsible for. Let's go. Understood. Okay, we're finally gonna kill Jelly Girl. Stage 22, organizing formations. Face danger head on and coordinate what remaining strength you have left. Jelly Girl. What, would you rather I call her Tentacle Girl? Then again, the other entropic was also tentacles, so... It seems entropics, they always have like an aquatic theme to them. And I'm gonna be honest, guys, I'm still not seeing how this is the singularity of NeuroCloud. The story is good, but it's not singularity good just yet. Because like Singularity completely changed the dynamics of Girls Frontline. It like completely turned the story on its head. So far, everything is still as it was before. So I'm not seeing it. Limp Tentacle? Oh yeah. Limp Tentacle, that was a line that was said. Absolutely. Alright, once again, we're gonna kick your ass. That was easy. That was really easy. Okay. Alright, let's do. Next chapter, alright. 2 hours in, we've finished one chapter. That's not good. Is this gonna take us 6 hours? I have to finish this one today because this event ends in 4 days. On the 12th. And that would be Monday or Tuesday. Okay, I could potentially stream this again on Monday and Tuesday, but I don't want to. I want to get this finished. I want this over and done with. Prelude to upheaval. Strategize quickly for the deadline is approaching. When black and white crash, there is no room for compromise. Looks like your outside reinforcements haven't done much to change the situation. Were you so confident in the card up your sleeve? Why are you so apprehensive now? Ignoring me, are you? I must say though, you are absolutely captivating when you fully concentrate. Pawn forward. Even if I already hold victory firmly in my hands, you're quite adept at creating problems for me. Let me think. Bold words for someone with cheese wheels in her hair. They're adorable. Don't you just want to, like, bite into them? Her cheese wheels look really tasty, don't they? Eucharist rests her chin in her hands as she continues to swing her legs about, regarding the boy with enthusiasm. Guys, don't rest your chin in your hand. It's bad for your... It's actually bad for your neck joints. Are you really so confident in whoever's backing you? Are you sure the Sanctifiers won't catch you? Just who exactly is behind you? I act accordingly to what I think is appropriate, of course. I struggle to believe that you alone are capable. I see these inanities won't fool you. Eucharist raises a pawn of her own. If you can win this game, Professor, maybe I'll tell you out of the goodness of my heart. Not that I'll make it easy for you. No. Today is the day that this brat gets punished. Have I finally rattled her? Not only has she added a rule, but she's limited my range of movement too. Tee-hee, this is the final snack, so don't drown in my pieces from the outset. I need to find an opening from her actions, and then I can close the net. Let's see. Oh, I can only move once. Interesting. It's a correction rod. What the heck is a correction rod? What is a correction rod? I guess a simple pawn can't take you down, Professor. Still, it's just a pawn. You can have it. Oh, is this really a good idea? It's not like you can change anything with a victory with the pawn ability. After all, the pawn ability is limited to 8 squares immediately around you. I see. Let's look forward to it then. Well, from that pawn, I now have a horse. I guess I need to go get that king tile. Let's do what the game wants then. Oh. Man, Eucharist is really bad at chess. Eucharist scrutinizes the black pawn in her hand, speaking as if to herself. You know, Professor, when we play these games, we tend to think of ourselves as the players, or at the very least the king. Have you ever thought that perhaps you are a pawn? Eucharist looks into my eyes, pushing her pawn forward. Guided along back and forth by a true player. Life tossed away in some grand contest you have no stake in. Yeah, that's how William does things, isn't it? Or perhaps your sacrifice is utterly meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Is that not pitiful? Isn't that why why the professor, or isn't that why Shiki-kan leaves Griffin in Girls Frontline 2? He leaves Griffin at the end of Girls Frontline and then just becomes a hobo for 10 years. Isn't that the exact reason? Is that what you think? You can think of it as the Black Pawn's thoughts, or this Black King's thoughts, or whoever you desire. Then let's say I'm talking to the source of those ideas. I place my hand on the White Queen. I am diametrically opposed to you. To me, people and pieces are quite distinct. What you take for pieces does not stay on the board as you desire. They may slip out of your jurisdiction at any moment, and act outside of the board. Even the most obedient tool of yours has a chance to abandon the rules you lay out. Those who purport to control others often find themselves in the pitfalls of their own making. God, I had some Discord notifications and I'm like, oh god, is that my boss again? No, it's not. Luckily, it seems like nothing... my boss has not discovered any new screw-ups. Oh, Jesus. That's because you're a human, Professor. Would you say the same for machines? I look at Eucharist, surprised. She smiles at me, her chin still resting on her hands, seeing nothing wrong with her previous statement. Yes, I would. After some deliberation, I remove my hand from the White Queen, turning my attention towards the bishop instead. I believe that every agent has their own free will. Free will again. Eucharist sighs, suddenly noticing that White's move was already made. Well, well, looks like a fine position you've put yourself in. Making such good moves while distracting me with talk. How despicable, Professor. A boss on Discord would be a surprise to me. Always look outside the game will lead you to blunder, you know. Your words. You're always so proficient at latching onto what people say, Professor. I'll have to watch my words, it seems. However, since the answer is already in your hands, I think it's about time for this game to end. Eucharist moves the Black Queen. Well, you know, I will leave out the details of my work. It seems that we are in agreement. The moment the white side's time begins to tick down again, I nudge the White Queen forward 2 squares. What? Eucharist stands up in shock. The nearby jellyfish and tropics seem thoroughly oblivious, continuing in their dance. Wait, what? What? Have I exceeded your expectations? Huh! How ruthless of you, Professor. You would sacrifice your queen? One must be willing to wager when an opportunity arises, and as you can see... After a few further exchanges, I hover my hand over a white pawn. The real queen is here, is it not? Eucharist watches dumbstruck as I pick up my pawn, her queen, and king still confined to a singular row. Unable to act. White pawn forward, promoting to queen! As the pawn lands on the final rank, its form swiftly transforms as if undergoing eclosion, taking on the shape of a queen. Yo! I didn't realize we were playing this rule with these rules. Not all pawns become upgraded in all rules of chess. Mega Chessatron. Like I said before, those pieces will, at one time or another, exceed the player's expectations. I can't believe you actually went for promotion strategy. In that case, let's see how good your queen really is, Professor. You've reminded me the pieces of the piece's abilities several times now. I trust you know what the queen can do, right? The queen can move in all 8 directions, and it doesn't lose its... Well, are we playing Yu-Gi-Oh? You know, I've revealed my hidden trap card, and I shall now explain to you everything that it does. We're going full shonen. We're going full shonen card battle manga, battle anime. Eucharist is going to chombo. And it doesn't lose its abilities after using them either. Are you ready, Eucharist? Ready to become the cup of hot cocoa to wrap up afternoon tea? Ah. Your time is over, Brat.
薬剤の検査完了。体についた。気持ち悪い。早く帰ろう。
早く帰ろう。そう。Boom. Boom. I think I messed up, but who cares? Alright. Looks like we had to kill them all first. Maybe? Oh, we can't. Alright. Yeah. Your defeat is nigh, Brat.
皆様、開幕をお見逃しなく。俺の下敷きになっちまえ。最初にしてがく朝し。週の一生白したり危険は去ったわ
Piercing the heavens, control the enemy's vitals, and the situation will pivot once again. Why is it your turn to be apprehensive now, Eucharist? Let's see, why is it your turn to be the apprehensive one now, Eucharist? Ha! It's not over yet! Eucharist forces a composed appearance, but her expression betrays her innermost unease. Rook, check. One must not hurry to partake in a hot drink. Oh wow, now we're being the bratty one. Pointless checks did not serve any purpose. I pull my king backward, negating Eucharist's overbearing aggression. Queen, capturing white pawn. So you'd seek to attack me with entropic fluid because you can't win the game. Unfortunately, I'm quite some ways from being entropized. King, capturing black rook. Ugh. Hey, you're taking all these pieces, aren't you gonna send any messages? Oh, she is panicking, she is panicking. The time hasn't come yet. Don't we both want to end this game? Let's get on with it then. Your turn. Yeah, Queen, here. What a shame. Seems to me that the game is decided. How about a draw? Shall we play another game? I'm still in my element here, remember? I would love to, but it seems some other guests are intent on interrupting our pastime. I shrug, pointing at the entropized endurance at the door. What is it? Can't you see that we're playing? What? Looks like taking that many pieces previously has finally paid dividends. Yes, Queen, slay! God, I hate that. I hate that so much. Watching as Eucharist's confident attitude crumbles, I give the terminal in my hands a good shake. You wanted me to send messages, didn't you? I think I'll just have you listen in. I won't send messages. I'll just have you listen in on the open frequency. I'm the Oasis's professor.
Ah, you can finally make calls? It must have been a ton of work.
Croc? Seeing the figure in the call, Eucharist goes wide-eyed but soon finds her composure. What's the point in putting on false bravado like this? What can she do, under our surveillance? Wait, could that message just send about the railgun be? First, you must ensure the safety of Croc and her squad near the railgun. let me put on some echoes. Well, I was worried she would go and cause trouble. If you intend to avoid conflict, Professor, I'm more than happy to oblige. You were too confident then, and thought yourself in full control of the railgun. Unfortunately, just as there is no undo on the chessboard, there is no cure for regrets. Do you seriously think that I've never realized you might go and fiddle with a railgun? You must take me for an imbecile, Professor. The railgun's control rights are facilitated via wire, and they are still under my control. Eucharist brandishes the terminal in her hand, but to her dismay is written all over her face. If you so insist, we can provide a bit of commentary. Croc, clarify the situation if you would.
Alright, I'll skip the recounting of previous events. Basically, me and Hannah have pinned down and loosened all the control ports of the railgun.
So what? The moment the connection severs, I'll burn your beloved oasis to ash. I don't make empty threats. If you think you've got what it takes, then go cut all the connections at once. Yare.
Dirac, full power!
As Croc gave the command, the other end of the call broke into bedlam, alarms shrieking. Dirac leverages both of its arms, clamping down on the massive weapon's base, and pivoting the entirety of the railgun with raw force alone. The wires and cables responsible for controlling the weapon, including the cords connected to the energy supply, were completely unrooted, ripped apart by the railgun's abnormal locomotion. They just ripped it all off using the robot. They just took the giant robot and they're like, okay, why don't we just like, you know, take our robot and just push the gun away.
Dirac, hand cannon mode complete!
What? Impossible! Fire, you piece of... No matter how Eucharist fiddles with the controls, she finds no feedback through the terminal. With that, the railgun is back into our hands. Even so, all that's accomplished is to place us both back at the starting point. Dislodging the range control modules is equivalent to cutting off their operand supply, with no ability of repair. Destroying the railgun like this doesn't do you any good.
Still in denial, I see. Destroy is maybe the wrong word. It just turned into a one-time use thing. The operand load inside the turret is sufficient for when we're shot. After that, it'll be well and truly good for scrap. And it is precisely that which makes for a most captivating romance. Rah!
Thank you, Croc.
It's also thanks to the commands the Professor's been sending over from time to time. With Hannah and Turing's efforts, Rosam's defense systems are back up and running. I'll just sit here and keep watch over the railgun, then Tropics won't get around me.
Wait for my command on when and where to fire the railgun.
Understood.
The call ends. In the space of a mere few minutes, the situation had undergone a complete reversal. I raise the White King and slam it down, setting this game's result in stone. You have no pieces remaining to mount an effective attack with. Now it's truly checkmate. Eucharist bursts into a guffaw, overturning the chessboard and sending the pieces upon it, skiddling. No, the chocolate! You can't possibly think that this game will truly affect anything, right? Even without the railgun, I've got plenty of other ways to keep you here. Giving up on the pretenses now, are we? These rules were set by none other than you yourself. The rules of the game are written by the victors, Ptolemy! All Sanctifiers take aim at hostile entity, Eucharist. Prepare to fire. As the jellyfish and tropics spring into actions, countless red dots hone in on Eucharist from outside the building. We've known each other for some time. Of course I'd have precautions for this possibility, don't you think? Thankfully, this game went on long enough that even if the Rur's Balbalon Tower's reinforcements could not make it here, the lesser Sanctifiers from nearby watchtowers were more than enough to surround this place. Trifling lessers. Another matter I noticed earlier. The entropic liquid spread has slowed significantly, and the amount of jellyfish in tropics has stopped increasing. I shake off the entropic liquid clinging to my legs, leaning forward. Ugh! Wiping, it's just like taking his hand, just wiping it down. It's like, ugh, ew, get off, ew, gross. Seems like the Black Queen's operand supply is at its end. Faith, how does the combat analysis look? I swear it upon the esteem of the Sanctifier name. We will do whatever it takes to exterminate these daemons. Sounds like it'll be a grueling struggle on both sides if they are to pull the trigger. Are you sure about this, Eucharist? Suddenly, Eucharist waves her hand, placating the jellyfish horde. It just so happens that I'd like to give the Oasis some good news for once. You'd do well to take this time to think things over. Think of what you've done, child. That's about it for the plan. Antonina, anything you'd like to add? Everything was explained pretty clearly. I'll update everyone on the exact arrangements in a second. If there are no questions, let us prepare for the final battle. According to the combat analysis in regards to the entropics, we should begin in 30 minutes. With a lively call and response, the room soon empties and everyone hurriedly attends to their preparations. I should go to confirm the planned route again. Her terminal rings out of the blue again. Driven by some unspeakable premonition, she immediately picks up the call. Feels like there's less delay than usual. Usually Twitch is better. It depends on the time, the traffic, and, you know, the servers, right? It just depends. Sometimes it's better, sometimes it's worse. You know, some people some people who watch me never have any issues with latency. But some other people do, so your mileage may vary. Persicaria, I'm alright, how are you? Persicaria struggles against the shuddering in her voice as a familiar voice shuddering against the shuddering yeah, this is so awkward. Shuddering in her voice as a familiar voice visits her senses again after so long. This is such a awkward sentence. I'm alright. How have things fared for you? Were you wounded while facing off against Eucharist? I'm very safe where I am. More importantly, Croc's regained control of Rosam's railgun, and Eucharist has no more tools to threaten us with. If we need to, she can use it to help the Oasis' defense. Just note that it'll need time to charge up and set of coordinates, that it's only got one shot left. Fantastic. The Oasis is currently under attack by a high-order entropic named Ptolemy. I'll send the relevant reports about the situation, as well as his location to you. Do you need me to come back to the Oasis or command remotely? Persicaria looks at the operation countdown, tightly gripping her terminal. We'll be fine. Opening her eyes again, Persicaria's resolve and courage shine through in these orbs. We plan to begin an operation targeting Ptolemy in 25 minutes. The exact details I've sent to you. Using the railgun again will severely damage the Oasis. Again. I swear to God. Stop repeating words! And the exiles yet to evacuate from the area of impact are bound to fall into danger. And I'd like to rely on you, but you are facing your own hardships, right? Leave it to us here. Persicaria, you've grown. Yeah, I've been here, encouraged by everyone here. I'm more or less done with reviewing the plan. Very exact and something only you lot could come up with. You mean, you've done well. In case you have need of the railgun, just contact Croc. Go do as you've planned, then. Good luck. Alright. Receiving my affirmation, Persicaria beams. Thank you, truly, for your trust. I'd be lying if I said I had no qualms, but it is a relief to hear your voice before we commence the operation. I believe that our operation will be successful. In that I have no doubt. I end the call, turning my attention to Eucharist on the other side of the board. Her legs shuddered, no doubt from the anxiety. Give it some good thought, I assume. You really are a bore, Professor, urging me like this. I happen to be in a good mood, so I'll not bicker you with it. But you should be able to identify who the circumstances favor, right? Croc, what is it?
The railgun's primed on Ptolemy, ready to go at any time.
Eucharist, you heard that. Right, you wanted another game, right? We have a lot of time on our hands, it seems. I don't think I've ever mentioned it, but there is another game I prefer to chess. I make a sliding motion on my terminal, and projected a chessboard, and the projected chessboard takes on another form. Let's have a change of pace and have a game of Go! Yeah, let's go Mega Mind. Oh no! Go is too high level for this brat. She doesn't know how to play it. I just remembered something that's coming up. Do you think maybe we could call it? Oh, don't be such a downer. Besides, how am I to know those sanctifiers outside will respond? It won't be for long anyway, just until the sanctifier detachment from the tower gets here. What do you think? Oh, I'm... Look at that expression. Oh, look at that. Yum. Delicious. This is the best treat. I'm screenshotting that. Yeah, I'm screenshotting that. Why is my screenshot program not working? Capture. Capture window. There we go. Ah, delicious. I actually, you know what? I'm so happy with this. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna crop it. Where's the crop board? Crop board. I'm gonna crop this expression because it is yum. It's so delicious. There we go. Crop to clipboard. Crop to clipboard. Open paint. What the heck is wrong with my keyboard? I think my keyboard broke. Let's see. Crop. Save. I'm gonna save it in this folder. Brat. Yeah, I think my enter key is broken, but it's fine. Gonna go into OBS. Going to add a new image. Yum. Absolutely yum. We're gonna just put this in the corner. Yeah, look at that. Oh. 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 Ah. Delicious. There's another game of preferred chess, NeuroCloud, available now on all platforms. Right. Black goes first in Go. If you would, Eucharist. Ah! Fuming with rage between gritted teeth, Eucharist reaches for the black piece from its container. How am I knowing how to play this? Oh, yum. Eucharist is so delicious today. Guys. She's so cute. Oh, Eucharist is so adorable. I'm gonna capture this one too. Capture. Yeah, it looks like my keyboard broke, but that's fine. Oh, that was so delicious. It only took like, I don't know how many hours? 5-6 hours? Maybe 7 hours, but we finally got... Look at that! Look at that! Oh! Guys, look at this expression right here. Isn't it just lovely? Isn't it just lovely? Stage 25, regaining advantage. Making a move restricts your opponent and seizes the initiative. Guys, I can just taste the victory. Oh, we're playing Go now. Yes. Dear Professor, don't you think that's something strange about this game? Oh, she's calling me dear now. Oh, isn't it a little bit late to be playing nice? You should have been cute and adorable to begin with. You know, you should have been, you know, 大人、最初からおとなしくしたらいいのに。なんで今更なんで今更最初からおとなしくしたらいいのに可愛くなればいいのに Is it strange? Seems fine to me. It's a new game, yet you're starting out with the queen ability. I made the rules, and this is part of the... could you... No take-backs. But well, if you truly have no moves to make, then it's my turn. Like I was telling you, I don't know how to play this game! Ah! それは残念だったな。You don't know how to play? Ah, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate, my dear Eucharist. Oh, if only she had studied up a bit before acting so... acting so pomp. What's this? Defeat all monsters. Oh, okay, okay. Sure, fine, why not? Let's see. Oh, this seems like a little bit of a slog. Okay, and we'll get that. Get that. That. I'm gonna be honest though, I don't know how to play Go. I mean, I've played it before, but I wouldn't say I'm any better at it than I am in chess. I wouldn't say I'm a particularly good Go player. Yeah, people who get like all uppity because they know one game is kind of... I guess it's kind of annoying. Oh, you mastered one game. Try 5. Drawn to the kill. At the end of the line, risk and victory are intertwined. Can I have some water first? Control point established. Neural connections confirmed. Operand powered. Hydraulics inspection complete. Mobility recognition complete. Equipment updated. Energy output normal. Sigh. Working away at the interface in front of her, Antonina sighs again. Yeah, it's just... It's like Tuesday. This isn't even the final battle. It's just Tuesday. Why are you always sighing, Anna? Sighing all the time. Yeah, it sighs the happiness away. Wow, sure is Anna. Already cutting me off. Something you're worried about? At the sight of Soul's mischievous expression, Antonina felt the need to sigh once more. I just wanted to say that one really got into your hands. Even Persicaria is considering this a tactic like this dangerous. But didn't you agree to help, Anna? Don't you also think the professor— Whoa, too tight, too tight. Antonina abruptly picks up a vambrace, placing it over Soul's arm. She pulls hard on the straps, eliciting a pained wail from Soul. Don't move. Let me adjust this. Antonina looks back and forth between her terminal and equipment. As numbers move up and down, the formerly compact piece of armor moves into a more appropriate position. If we didn't have this rig made by Croc and Zion, I'd never have agreed to these suicidal methods. Alright, everything seems to be in the green. Try it on. Whoa, what is that? This is Croc's full armor exoskeleton double Zeta. Is this like a copyright infringement? It really does fill me with strength. Full armor double Zeta. The Faz. Is this copyright infringement? They really went and said it. They really went and said the Faz. But it does look good. Yeah, this is very much a Gundam reference. This pseudo projective defense field for you. so you can move properly in the high operand density environment. Are you ready? Persicaria, you're here. See, isn't this cool? How does the exoskeleton feel? I hope there aren't any issues in case of emergency. I'm fully adjusted. Look, Soul attempts to windmill her arm, but her exoskeleton's joints protest loudly, not exactly obedient to Soul's wishes. The exoskeleton will save you from the operands, but it'll need time to sync up properly with your movement. Antonina's right. Make yourself more compatible with the equipment while you can. We'll need every edge we can get. Oh, right. We'll need to wait for Lynn's signal anyway. Yeah, so you'd better sit still here. It won't be long, just a few minutes. Persicaria, you talked with the professor? I did. The professor has shown their support for our plan, and just in case, we can contact Croc to start up the railgun. The railgun? It's back in our hands. Quite impressive. Though we shouldn't use it unless we really have to, right? Doesn't feel like the Oasis can survive another one of those hits. It is always good to have a card up one's sleeve. Give me a moment. As she speaks, Antonina produces something and begins to fiddle with it. Let's hope we're successful. Retreat if the situation becomes dire, understand? Yeah, I know. There we go. Antonina chucks the object in her hand at Soul. Whoa, isn't this a bomb? Is it really okay to throw it like that? Are you doubting my professionalism? This thing won't deal much damage to Ptolemy, but I've added a control program inside of it. It should hold Ptolemy still for about 20 seconds, which should be enough for you to escape the field. Anna. Before Anna had finished her explanation, Soul extended a hand towards the top of her head. Thank you, Anna. Don't worry. I'll count on you two to execute the plan. No matter how ridiculous your schemes are, I'll help you create this scenario with the greatest likelihood of success. So trust me, and this idiot over here. Yeah, Persicaria, you'd better be waiting for us with coffee, just like before. No, maybe with half the sugar. Alright. Persicaria looks at the pair in front of her. And the professor's portion, and everyone at the Oasis, and Lynn's company. Our reserves are gonna run dry. I say we bust out a bit of the professor's pocket money to treat everyone. This is no small task. Going overboard with the armor? No, this is normal. Watching the two plot to liberate the professor of their money, Soul couldn't help but beam. What are you having a laugh about? I can see that expression of yours through the mask. I just started thinking about the old days. Soul takes out the tiny bottle and the gaps from her chest plate. It's just as Persicaria and Not said that day. That's... Looking at that little bottle, Persicaria seems to recall something as well. You've always said that there was a promise inside that bottle, and that would keep the grass in there alive by feeding it operands every day. What is that exactly? And this Lynn that popped out of nowhere. It's... Oh, we're having a flashback. I imagine the Oasis must be like that. A place full of greenery, where everyone can live without fear or worry. You think? Then I'll grow a little strand of grass in there, and we'll see whether or not the Oasis is what we imagined. And that'd be a very long story. Back then... Stop. Now's not the time for that. Really? The one time I get to tell a story? It can wait until you get back to me in one piece. Antonina looks between Soul and Persicaria. Antonina. This is the Guardian Squad. Operation proceeding. Stop pushing it, Lind. This thing's way tougher than what we had planned for. Using us as bait for Ptolemy, then deploying the traps on the way to thin down the jellyfish. And finally mustering the operands to create a field that'll paralyze Ptolemy. One hell of a plan this old friend of yours has cooked up. Feels differently from what you've always described, honestly. Hey, you're not going to give me the silent treatment until we get back, are you? You haven't said a thing since you handed over command. What's wrong? Have a lot on my mind. Oh, the blues. Yeah, I understand. Didn't get to yell at Persicaria to your heart's desire. Shut it. I'm worried about how we'll guide Ptolemy in. Okay. Do you have any good ideas? The trap's already been set by your friends, and locations of the big final battles all set up. I like Havoc. I like her. She's fun. Good ideas. Perhaps not, but I do have an idea. Yeah? Lind lays her hand on the somewhat warm entropic core embedded in her chest. Oh, come on now. You're not going to. You have any better ideas? You're the boss. Seeing through Lind's plan, Havoc reluctantly picks up her shield. Trailing behind Lind, they approach the High Order Entropic, which seemed to inspire dread in the most stalwart. Entropic named Ptolemy turns around as if it had long previously predicted the two's movement. Oh, you are? How delightful! I had not intended for this performance today. I wished to retire earlier, perhaps. Never did I imagine that fate would bring us together again. Again, you just used a clone last time to take me out of the picture. If you took offense to our meeting before, I must ask for your forgiveness. I never had the intention of being half-hearted. These children are me, and I am these children. We do not make these distinctions. As if to verify her words, the jellyfish in her retinue lift the sides of their skirts in curtsy, mirroring her. Ah, this pisses me off. Never imagined that an entropic talking all prim and proper would be this distasteful. She winds up a mechanical arm. Truth be told, I don't care to know what you have in mind. But I can't accept receiving a rude visitation and leave it unavenged. Fire! The Guardians unload into Ptolemy with nothing left in reserve. These sorts of moves are so thoroughly uninteresting. Their attacks fail to even scratch Ptolemy as she advances, step by step. Everyone, pull back! The ball has only just begun. Why do you seek to take your leave? What? Ptolemy shifts her stance and accelerates, suddenly bearing down on the squad. Crap! Havoc immediately leverages her shield as Lynn supports her body. They barely endured the blow, even with their combined abilities. That speed is on a whole other level. The board crumbles, and so we ought to proceed to the event's final piece. Ptolemy raises her staff, and the jellyfish around her answer the call, lunging toward the Guardians. All Guardians, move towards waypoint Alpha at max speed! Damn, this thing's way faster than the amount of space we have left. The finale is only at its beginning, and yet you would reject me so? Lind, watch out! Lifting her shield and clenching her teeth, Havoc takes an attack for Lind. A tiny crack forms at the point of impact on the shield. Gah! We can't continue like this. We need to tell Persicaria. For the love of... As little as she enjoys the thought of running back to Persicaria, Lind knows full well what the chances of completing her original mission are. God damn it! At least for a little bit longer. Stage 26, Frontline Lockdown. Will this daring maneuver overcome the terror of pressing deadlines? Please don't talk about deadlines. Please. Oh, my computer's freaking out. Please don't talk about deadlines, I beg of you. Retreat to the building at 5 o'clock. That should buy you a bit of more time. Lind, your arms. Her mechanical arms were giving off showers of sparks from the sheer punishment they had received. Havoc endures the jellyfish horde's attacks in much the same manner with a shield. But try as she might, she cannot help but take backward steps, one after the other. No matter what, we need to get her to the designated place. All Guardians!
Attention all members, abandon the original plan.
What the hell are you doing, Persicaria? I said I can handle it. If you dare cut this halfway...
No.
A brand new resolve in Persicaria's voice makes itself known.
Guardian Squad, immediately abandon the previously determined route. Use existing traps and Zone H's remaining defensive nodes to delay the Entropic's movement. I've sent the new route.
Delay their movement.
Change of plans. Squad Horizon and Magnilda, please move towards Zone H to install a high-density operand field. Those who are responsible for each area immediately adjust the target of operand transfer. Antonina will erect a firewall in the area. We must trap Ptolemy there. We'll end it all one way or another in Zone H. Persicaria, this is completely different from our calculation. We won't be able to isolate Ptolemy like this. We underestimated her. We cannot direct Ptolemy by setting traps or placing her opponents for her to fight. Redirect all of Oasis's energy cores. Construct ducts for transferring operands, and pump everything from the source to here.
You'd bet the entire Oasis? I never thought you'd make this kind of a decision, even when you decided not to run away anymore. Lynn's eyes drill into Persicaria through the screen. Huh. Maybe that professor of yours does have a magic touch, like you said. Tell me, how much time do you need?
Horizon, how long would it take to set up a new operand field? give me 15 minutes.
Horizon looks towards Persicaria, hesitantly quoting a number.
The firewall and operand redistribution will only need 12 minutes.
I'll buy you these 15 minutes.
The moment you've delayed for long enough, immediately retreat. Squad Magnilda will assist in your retreat.
Unnecessarily coddling. Let's get the show on the road. If only there was like a 3x speed. I've drank a lot of water, guys. I need to go to the bathroom. But I don't want to do it while we're doing this mission, because I have to do this. Because the game won't just let me autoplay. It won't let me auto battle this. It's kind of frustrating. So, guess I'll take this chance to stretch. I'll say I was a little bit. How do you say this? The story's getting better, right? I mean, like we're nearing a rising. We're nearing the peak, but it still doesn't feel like Singularity. I'll be honest. Nothing's changed yet. We haven't met with the. There's no Perilous suddenly around. William's meddling has not made itself known yet. And not until then can I call this truly Singularity. Oh shoot! Jelly Girl herself appeared. But that wasn't the end. I guess she's gonna be in every wave now, huh? Oh my goodness, please. Okay. The sniper. And keep on going. Come on, come on. Hurry the heck up. So, assuming that Girls Frontline 2 comes out. Well, it comes out in 2 weeks, right? I guess we can expect the Korean server to go online in a month or two. Maybe 3 months at max. How long would it take then for... How long would it take for EN to come then? I don't want to wait half a year. 6 months is way too much of a delay. This isn't their first game.
危険は去ったわ。
This is not their first game. This ain't their first rodeo.
最善を尽くすわ。
Oh, still two more. Two more of these. 3 hours. Okay, so we can probably finish this event today. Yeah. But it might take another hour. 45 minutes at least. Assuming we'd get no more of these endurance battles. They take so long to do. Take so long to do. But you know, this game mode, like I said before, it reminds me of 15 Sentinels. Was it 13 Sentinels? No, it was 13 Sentinels, yeah. Maybe we can start playing that at some point. It's another story-heavy game. Visual novel with some tactical elements. But I've seen Emuri play it before. Hiragi Emuri. And she only just finished it. She's been playing the game for like half a year maybe. There's like 30 something parts to her streaming series. So I'm a little bit hesitant to pick up that game. It might take forever to do. And we already do so many story heavy games already. I'm not sure I would want to inundate you guys with that. I like the story though, it's super cool. We like sci-fi here. We do.
権限許可を確認。最大出力展開。
Oh my goodness. On a guy, end already. Stop sending all these stupid jellyfish.
今度こそ絶対に。
Okay, finally. And we're actually using our stocks of
造作もないのね。
stamina. I just came back and you pinned her I did pin her face, yeah. It's still there. It's still there. It's still delicious. Open rendezvous. Her blades sparkle wherever they point. Everything is on her side. It seems that you've invited us some additional participants. I cannot say I dislike a bit of liveliness. Rather than looking at others, you'd better keep your eyes on me. Hey, you gotta stop provoking it. That thing's coming straight for you. Lynn winds up another strike with her mechanical arm, but is easily intercepted by a jellyfish off to her side. Giving it your utmost is quite endearing too. It's hard to accept these disgusting things they say. If you don't accept it, I shall have to come and reclaim it myself. Ptolemy's tentacles shoot forth in an instant, making for the entropic core in Lynn's chest. Damn, arms caught up by the jellyfish. What can I... Ha, Lind, we're even now. You're way too slow. Clad in heavy plate, Soul descends from above, cleaving Ptolemy's tentacle in twain. In twain. You're Ptolemy, huh? I'll be your partner from now on. Squad Magnilda, relay for the Guardians. Everyone else obstruct Ptolemy's movements with me. Retreat while alternating fire. Target approaching coordinates. Be ready, Antonina. As Sol guides Ptolemy closer and closer, Persicaria grips her terminal tightly. Target caught. Swish. The moment Ptolemy steps into the designated location, an array of firewalls emerge centered on Ptolemy, trapping her within. I would never have imagined that you would assemble the special stage. What a pleasant surprise. Children, feast as you desire upon these operands. Ptolemy twirls in place as countless jellyfish charge towards the barrier, gorging upon the operands. Gah! So this is what Mai was talking about with the operand absorption. But Persicaria! Phase 1 complete. Initiating Phase 2. All areas begin operand transfer. Form a high-density operand field. Operands begin to surge upwards through the ground within the firewall. The torrent of operands could be seen with the naked eye, even dashing away some of the jellyfish. The immense amount of operands inside the firewall churns and billows, gradually forming a field. High-density field formed. Part of the jellyfish has ceased activity and entered dormancy. Just like the one Lin took out before. Huh, is that how it is? Ptolemy attempts to move her body, but finds herself incapable of the same motions she made while pursuing the Guardians, only able to slowly shuffle forward. Haha, never did I think it was possible for such a trap to be here. No wonder she saw fit to lure away that one named the Professor. Ptolemy loses his strength to take another step. Her frame sinks, like a dancer at the end of their performance. Inside the operand field, all the entropics were motionless, with only the rushing operand still in motion. She stopped moving. Target movement ceased. Phase 2 successful. Final phase, initiate. Reduce the speed of operand transfer. Sol! Here I am! Clad in heavy armor, Sol navigates the firewalls, entering the operand field.
Warning. Chassis integrity. Joint integrity deteriorating. Please immediately leave the current area.
It's not a big deal, so long as I can get close and land one hit. Just as Sol begins to raise her weapon, she spots a few tiny beings, seemingly wriggling at Ptolemy's feet. What is that? Aside from Sol, everyone outside the field had noticed the abnormality with Ptolemy. That is... Persicaria and Antonina keep a vigilant eye on the readings. In the midst of the swelling operands, something seems to be nibbling away at Ptolemy's body. That reading's not right. Heat energy increasing. Could it be... No! Sol, get back! Uh-oh. Sol immediately steps backwards. Just as she withdraws from her previous position, a bizarre explosion manifests around Ptolemy. Phew. I apologize for the delay, and for my most crude re-entry to this dance. The smoke dissipates, and Ptolemy rises to her full height once more, lifting the staff in her hand. Why is she awake again? It's the jellyfish. She made the jellyfish consume her own operands to pull her out of the hibernation. Even if it caused those jellyfish to self-destruct. Sol, retreat, get out! Use the bomb! Sol does not look back, beholding the now alert Ptolemy. Should I retreat? The image of the oasis in ruins flashes in Sol's mind, and she readies her weapon. Absolutely not! Oh? Might I be lucky enough to have a partner in this dance? Ptolemy extends a hand as if extending an invitation, her tentacles swaying in rhythm. Ha! Sol braces herself and makes the first move, but her blades do not leave a scratch on Ptolemy's tentacles. Her entire body is flung away by Ptolemy's retaliation. The armor on her body crackling from the impact. The operand dense air makes direct contact with her body, inhibiting her facilities to the point of defectiveness. She embeds her blade into the ground, leaning upon it for balance. What an uncouth dancer you are. Crap, I can't beat her alone. What can I do? Come on, think, Soul. Think. Soul, the intellectual. Allow me to deliver unto you the end. Huh? Haha, I've got it! Soul pulls her sword from the ground, revealing the countless operand ducts that lie beneath. She raises her weapon high, bringing it down again on the already existing crevice. Uh-oh. If I can't manage it alone, I'll just beat your ass with the entire place's operands. See, she reaches underground with her hand, pulling with all her might. Out came an operand duct, still spouting operands. No, wait, Soul, you're going to... You moron, stop now! Soul ignores Antonina's outburst. Taking the duct in her hand, she plunges it straight into her exoskeleton. Ah! And this is to go even further beyond! Soul stoops to the ground. A massive amount of operands pour into her exoskeleton, filtering into her body through it. Pitiful being, you would seek your own destruction even before the dance's end. Allow me to discharge you from misery. Soul! As Ptolemy's tentacles encroach on Soul, Persicaria almost gives in to the urge to rush into the operand field. Just who are you saying seeks destruction? Ptolemy looks at her cleanly severed tentacles, stupefied. Don't just go and declare it whenever you like it, that I'm dead. So you do bleed. Come on then. Let's continue. Ptolemy's brows furrowed deeply. With a flash of purple operands, her mutilated tentacle is restored to its original form. You regenerate, huh? I'll just hit you until you can't anymore. Ptolemy's blow connects with Soul without remorse, one after the other.
Armored exoskeleton double zeta. Integrity 80%, 72%, 65%.
No, not enough. Still not enough operands. Come on, a little faster. As their duel rages on, Ptolemy's frame too begins to accumulate scars. The observers outside the field stand agape, witnessing this battle in front of their eyes. Oi, Lind, you sure this old friend of yours isn't some monster? Wait, why is Soul so strong all of a sudden? In the first chapter, Soul was weak as hell. She's just a goddamn idiot who doesn't know what pain is, and loves to make a mess of everything. Antonina, how long can she continue? The exoskeleton was made exactly to counteract these effects of high-density environments. By using it to harness the vast quantities of operands, she can indeed increase combat performance. But those operands will tear her apart. I understand. Persicaria walks up to the main pipeline responsible for the operand transfer. Persicaria, if we use the same methods as back in Enigma. Observing the pipeline as it supplies operands to Soul, Persicaria extends her hands, placing them straight into the transfer route. Persicaria? Uh-oh. That's not good. The operand feeds through Persicaria's body, returning to course and entering Soul's body afterward. Absorb. Calculate. Adjust. Persicaria, have you gone mad? Antonina immediately understood Persicaria's intentions. She's using her own body as a buffer to assist with the transfer of operands into Soul. You're going to go into overload. Stop! Antonina attempts to pull Persicaria away, but a pair of mechanical arms bar her way. Step aside. Let me. You. Lin proceeds to Persicaria's side. After all of this is done with, remember to let me meet this professor. Lin extends her hand like Persicaria did, gripping the pipeline. Oh no! Guys, let's all do drugs together. Everyone's getting zapped by the computer, by the electric panel. It just reminds me of the Bochi meme. You know you know the animated GIF of Bochi on the floor getting all zapped up. In stark contrast to Persicaria, the moment she makes contact with a pipe, color flees from her face, and she struggles to make a coherent sound. You forgot that your pain modules are special and everything, huh? Welp. Havoc gives Antonina a pat on the shoulder. Looks like we've all got our own troublemakers to deal with. Finishing her remarks, she connects herself to the transfer route as well. It hurts like hell, I'm gonna regret my decisions. Guys, this is supposed to be a serious scene. Why is it a comedy? Watching the trio in front of her, Antonina clenches her teeth. Before patching in herself, Antonina pulls out of her communications terminal. You better come back, you moron. All agents, this is Antonina. Merge with Zone H's Operand Transfer Network and give Seoul all the support we can. The voice in the intercom spans the entire oasis. The exiles ardently look towards the faraway battlefield, the one that would decide the oasis's future. Alright, stage 27, sequential victory. Burning the battle spirit ignites into a torch, forging the decisive... That doesn't make any sense! Speak English, Onegai! Just speak English! What are you trying to say? I don't understand. Weird. And I was in pain just then. But now my body feels so light. I've never been like this before. This is... Feels like these operands don't hurt like they used to. The way you move, it's more fluid. What did you do? Soul severs Ptolemy's tentacles once more. What's going on? You better come back, you moron. I think that's Anna? Soul creates distance between her and Ptolemy. Do it, quickly. Please, Soul. Persicaria? It's the power of friendship, guys. Soul turns around to see Persicaria and company sharing the operand load for her. More important, more and more figures arrive, joining in. You can do it, Captain Soul. Knock her ass out. Everyone outside the field. No, not just that. Everyone in the oasis. You laugh. Why? Nothing. It's just that right now, I feel like I'm without equal. Alright. Let's go, Invincible Soul. Invincible Soul Double Zeta. Let's go. System
alert. Body overload detected. Certain functions have been suspended.
Feels like my body's going to tear apart. No, I can't go down yet. Soul holds onto her sword as she climbs back to her feet. For the exiles, and for the oasis. Guys, is Soul gonna be okay? Is Soul gonna be okay? I feel like she's not gonna be okay. It feels like something bad's gonna happen. I just know it. Something bad always happens. This is going too well. A dance partner after so long. Ptolemy seems interested. In that case, can you keep up with my steps? Ptolemy's tentacles become harder and harder to handle as she begins to dance. Study her movements closely and look for a weakness. Take her out quickly, Soul. Lind. As she senses the feelings imbued into the operands flowing into her, Soul swings her swords and severs Ptolemy's tentacles once again. Once all this is over, I'll take you on the tour of the oasis. Yeah, please do. Ew. Gross.
準備運動にしかなんないじゃん。
Why here tentacles getting harder? What? Do your tentacles not get hard?
あと10
Okay.
体はいけるね。
Do your tentacles not get hard? Yeah, you heard what I said. It's only natural, isn't it?
敵軍殲滅。
That's what tentacles do. They get hard. I'm almost through her defenses. Soul looks at the wounds she's left on Ptolemy. Though the latter is healing herself, it's plain to see that she's struggling. You've left yourself open. Take this!
System overload. Commencing force shutdown.
Wait, what? Stop! Why do you have to keep making me worry about you, you big dork?
Simulation adjusted. Optimization complete. Force shutdown terminated.
I think I heard Anna scolding me just now. Like I said, I'm an intellectual now, so don't keep calling me a dumb dork. Soul grins as she tightens her grip around her blades. We're going back to the Oasis. Back to reality together. Guys, I think... what are these? I think Soul's gonna... Oh no. In order to protect the Oasis, everyone, Soul gathers operands within her and her HP is greatly increased. Although Lind is sharp-tongued, she helps improve Soul's module performance. Soul's attack is greatly increased. Oasis is promised, and Antonina uses herself as an intermediary to help control the chaotic operands within Soul. Soul's hash rate is increased. She doesn't use hash rate. The dork doesn't use hash rate. Seems she is getting a lot stronger though. Let's see, discard.
System alert. Full armor exoskeleton doubles 80. Integrity at 25%. Remaining operands at 5%.
After a long grueling battle, her armor is at its limit, and she is almost out of usable operands. This is the last of our operands. We're counting on you, Soul. So, 最後の波紋だ。受け取ってくれ。じゃじゃー。Leave it to me, Persicaria. Soul raises her sword high, and her operands flow into it, solidifying as bright golden flames that spring up along its edge.
System warning. Right arm motive systems damaged. Warning. Right arm operand capacity overloaded. Warning. Right arm structural failure detected.
It'll all be over soon. Time to strike with all my might. Super blazing blade of Leo. That's so dorky. Persicaria focuses all operands into the edge of Soul's swords. Soul's skill haste greatly increased. This cannot be going well. This does not seem like it's good. Gosh. Alright, let's kill the jelly girl. Once and for all. Take this, jelly girl. Ah. Oh, jeez. Damn. Soul, are you okay? You look... Ouch. Your entire right arm is, looking a little exposed there. Ouch. Was my sword always this heavy? Soul's exterior armor had long crumbled. She swings her blade, its edge meeting with Ptolemy's staff. Ptolemy twirls her tentacles, forcing Soul back. The Tier 0 Soul is real.
Right arm locomotion. System disconnected. Life support disconnected. Exoskeleton double zero. Integrity 11%.
Even the system alerts are gone, huh? It is improper to be distracted while you share a dance with someone. Another cluster of tentacles slashes through the air towards Soul, and she raises her blade in defense. The attack she expected never came. Soul looks up, confused, and finds that Ptolemy's tentacles have already dropped to the ground. Insistent on swinging the scales of life and death, even at the cost of your own being, your dance truly lacks any sense of elegance. Ptolemy fully retracts all of her tentacles. Just what exactly sustains you? You and Tropics had it in you to talk this much? It is my first time witnessing an agent such as you. From the time I was born, you are different from the Sanctifiers, devoted to their doctrine and faith. From where does your power spring? Does that really need explaining? Soul turns around, looking at her friends, helping her control the operands in the air with their own bodies. Because I want to get back to the real world, with them! Soul. Shut up! I'm struggling out here! Yeah, stop making your speeches, just fight. Regrettably, I cannot understand what you speak of. Ptolemy shakes her head, raising her staff once more. My right arm's busted below the elbow. Sorry, Croc, I broke your gear. Soul grips her weapon with her left hand. The final note approaches. Might you tell me your name? Name? Soul cannot help but be caught off guard by the sudden question. Is that not possible? This is the first time an Entropics asked for my name. We've performed the finale here together, and now, as everything comes to an end, is it so outlandish for me to desire my partner's name? Why do Entropics always make things sound so complicated? I don't get it. But the name's Soul. Soul, I see. Ptolemy gently closes her eyes. The way you dance is most unseemly, but your name is no doubt graceful, Soul. Soul bad guy. We're not doing Guilty Gear, okay? We're not. Purple light begins to coalesce around Ptolemy. Oh, what's this? Ouch. Soul seizes a dagger between her teeth, sinking into a battle stance. Where'd the dagger come from? Where did the dagger come from? Whoa. This is a pretty cool CG though. Everyone knew that no matter how this would end, this would be their last clash. Soul takes a deep breath, striding forward. Ptolemy's tentacles shoot forth, almost simultaneously, slicing through the air towards Soul like razor-sharp blades. Right there! In the face of the incoming tentacles, Soul does not even begin to evade, simply taking another step forward. Ptolemy shows no surprise at Soul's movements. She plainly raises her staff again, directing all her tentacles toward the center of Soul's chest. Soul swings her right arm, blocking what tentacles she could with it. As showers of sparks and parts spray into the air, Soul endures the last of Ptolemy's attacks. Still not a hint of grace, even at the very last note. But I must say, well done. It was my utmost honor to be your partner. Soul. Ptolemy lowers her staff, curtsying one last time. Yeah! Soul comes into striking distance, plunging her sword into Ptolemy's chest with her left hand. Looks like this ball is coming to its end. We will meet again, Soul. I'm sure of it. To the accompaniment of a shattering sound, Ptolemy's body disappears in place. All that remains is a puddle of entropic liquid, still running. It's over. Soul's sword slips out of her grasp, and she topples. Soul! Alright, the victory jingle. Last chapter. Before we start, I need to go to the bathroom. I've been holding it in for a while. Excuse me. Alright, I'm back. Tadaima. Let's finish this. Once and for all. Okay. Final chapter. Part 20. The Unusual Feint. After subduing the enemy, what remains is the light of dawn. Or is it? Oh no! It's not over! Soul. Ah. Hearing a familiar friend calling, Soul wrenches her eyelids open. Soul, you're finally awake. Whoa. Feeling Persicaria's embrace, it all finally hit Soul. It was done. Suppose that fortune favors the brave, waking up so quickly after all that. I'll take that as a compliment, Anna. And now you're going to laugh? Look at yourself. There's not an inch of you that's not wounded. Not to mention your right arm doesn't even look remotely human. Soul? Remotely human. Is that a pun? Antonina delivers a mighty forehead flick. I told you to get out if things didn't seem right, didn't I? I gave you that bomb, so what got into your head? Why didn't you use it? Saving munitions even through a decisive battle like that told you I was an intellectual. That's not a compliment. I'm being serious. If you didn't win at the end, I said we'd all go back to the Oasis together. And if I'd ran away, all that effort would have been for nothing. Can't you honestly say a nice thing or two? Faced with Soul's splendid smile, Antonina sighs in compromise. Thank goodness your luck is good. Let's leave that for later. Oh. Soul's fine. I was so prepared for Soul to die. Like, guys, I was so prepared that Soul was gonna die. I don't know what I would have done. Let's leave that for later. It is more than enough to see you awake, Soul. Here, this thing fell off during the battle. Soul sits still as Persicaria places the necklace back where it belongs. Even after weathering the fires of war, that shade of green inside was no less vibrant. Good job. Whoa, you've got a little bit of the prof's touch, Persicaria. That was cool. I'm still a ways off, but I appreciate it. First aid's been done, so I'll have you go to Zone A with Antonina for in-depth treatment. She's off to maintain Zone A's sandbox barrier, and the medical team is close by. Persicaria, aren't you going to rest? There are some jellyfish remaining in the oasis. I'll come look for you after they've been cleaned up. Antonina, Soul will be in your care. I'll be fine by myself. Those who have no care for their own safety have no right to speak. Disregarding Soul's protests, Antonina leads a squad towards the now peaceful outer ring of Zone A. We'll have to wait here for a bit. The medical team's sending someone over right now. They sure sound like they're busy. With this many wounded and sudden change to our route, it's natural that these things don't get done as fast. You know, I'll be okay without rest. I can help out. Never mind. I'll go and rest. Under Antonina's vicious gaze, Soul soon gives up the fight. Anna? Is there something up with your neurocloud? Don't scare me like that. Am I that scary? Was that all it took to get you shaking in your boots? I just think that when I go think about it, everyone's grown so much. I never would have thought that being at everyone's side in the cloud, through thick and thin, would make me so happy. I can't stop moving forward either. You, can't you say something? Hey, Anna, I know this isn't the best timing, but look over there. Huh? That area of the barrier looks a bit unstable. Oh no! There are still entropics outside, look out! Antonina looks in the direction Soul gestures in. Some scattered low-order entropics continue to attack the barrier, with no chance of breaking through, but their efforts still cause the ground to tremble. They never give up, do they? Persicaria is going to have a field day, huh? Sounds of gunfire. As lights in the distance flare up, the entropics outside the barrier swiftly turn into paste. Do we have any expeditionary teams that are coming back? No, that's the Sanctifiers. A great Sanctifier host appears on the horizon. The entropics in their path ground into dust. Whoa. As expected of the Sanctifiers. They really are awful. Oh. Guys, I think I finally understand why people call this the singularity of neural cloud. Those aren't reinforcements, are they? They're coming for us, aren't they? Those aren't reinforcements, are they? Faith's underlings helped us in Rosam, but we're yet to see whether these are friend or foe. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Antonina regards the fortitude that heads the Sanctifier group with wary eyes, powering up the sandbox barrier's defenses. Jaeger flashback. Oh no.
Identity confirmed. Prepare to begin operation.
Fortitude slowly approaches the two, its immense frame an oppressive presence.
By the order of Lord Forest, we are here to reinforce the oasis. Here is a command certificate from Lordius Forest and Professor. Please allow us to enter.
The certificate is real. Oh no, 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 oh 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 no, 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 this is not good. I don't remember signing that certificate, guys. I don't remember signing that certificate. Looks like this year's forest really is something. Fantastic, we can finally take a load off. Sandbox barrier weightless edition successful. I should tell Persicaria. The fortitude leads the sanctifier ranks into the oasis. As they approach, a strange feeling of uneasiness takes root in Soul. All of a sudden, the light atop Fortitude's head blinks. Soul's battle-honed mind reacts instantly. It was switching modes. Hang on, something's wrong! Antonina, you are not an intellectual. Stupid! Soul shoved Antonina off to the side. Before she came to her senses, the Fortitude's wicked claws stabbed into the earth where she stood.
Operation target detected. Entering capture mode.
Why? Run, Anna. They're not here to help us at all. Yeah, Anna, not an intellectual. Soul, big intellectual. So truly, Soul is the intellectual of all time. This goes here. This is Go, not Connect 4. Even if this game ends quickly, I'm not letting you go away. This is so cute. This is so cute. Aww. I already told you I don't know how this stuff works. Eucharist looks with no small amount of visible grief on her face. The jellyfish in the room had long lost their luster, now in soft piles on the floor. Professor, I see the errors of my ways. You see, the Oasis has taken out Ptolemy, and I have no more forces to muster. Surely, in all your grace and greatness, you can show me some clemency, right? I doubt you've ever considered doing that to me before. I'm sending you off with the Sanctifiers, like it or not. Oh, that won't do. Eucharist surveys the great blockade of Sanctifiers outside the watchtower, seemingly coming to a resolution. I'll put it this way. For an exchange to go through, one must provide something that is of value to the other side. I'll give you a valuable piece of intel, and you let me go. How about it? What intel could be more valuable than yourself? What if I said that the Oasis's survival hinges on this? The Oasis? I scrutinize Eucharist. She claps her hands as if she had just gambled her very life. She's doing the pray emoji. She's doing the bow and pray emoji right now. Going, Tasukete, Yurushite. And her expression doesn't indicate she's lying. You could afford to go into more detail. I do not mind continuing this back and forth with you here, Professor, but I am not one who stands to suffer if the Oasis falls. How am I to believe you if you do not speak plainly? All right. Looks like I'll need to put up some bait for you, Professor. Let's say that this is a hint. This first hint of mine is a gift for you. Do you know why I was so confident back then? As I wasn't worried in the slightest about the Sanctifier sent by the Reverse Babylon Tower? There are many possibilities. You're confident in your ability to escape. You do not fear their capabilities in combat. But you see now that I'm sitting here because I have no chance of escape, no? You mean to say you have an inside man at the Reverse Babylon Tower? Bingo! Now, Professor, where do you think the garrison originally at this watchtower is currently? Are you talking about the Sanctifier forces dispatched to the Oasis? Forest has said that the Sanctifiers will begin cooperation with the Oasis, which was verified by Faith. If we take a step back, even if the Sanctifiers were hostile to the Oasis, without my command, would never allow them in. Oh no! But what if they did? Commands can't be forged, unless if they have my signature. I suddenly realized something and sprang to my feet. Signature collection complete. I hope you enjoyed this method of interaction. From today onward, there will be a brand new relationship between the Sanctifiers and the Oasis. Now then, I believe we will meet each other again very soon. Never trust white-haired hotties. No! No! I can't believe I trusted her. Guys, don't trust handsome men who can become sexy hot women. Please don't do it. Especially if they start biting your hand and licking your blood. No! These white-haired women, not again! Should have learned with RPK. RPK is different, okay? Okay, RPK, she loves me. Oh no. Faith, send word to the reverse Babylon Tower. Find out what's going on. An internal incident with the Sanctifiers might have occurred. And the Oasis. I trust you believe me now, Professor. Then might you let me go if I told you what their target— No. No fat chance. Alright, tell me. Consider it done. They want— I make the call again, but no response comes. This is why gentlemen prefer blondes. No thank you. As the ringtone drills into my ears, my heart sinks. Oh no, no one's picking up the phone! Resuming play. As the game develops in an unexpected direction, the one pulling the string emerges from hiding. Wait. So this whole time, this Forrest was the mastermind? And Eucharist wasn't going rogue? Eucharist was just following orders? Oh no. We've miscalculated. Huff. Huff. Soul, are you alright? I'll inject some operands. Thank you. If only I was in a slightly better state. It just so happens that this area has no armed squads because it's relatively safe, and the repair teams have little in the way of combat ability. Everyone's tired. Nobody could have seen this coming. It's alright, Anna. We can get away, even if it's just the two of us. I've already contacted Persicaria. If the relief squad she's leaving makes it here. Okay, I'll hold out for a bit longer. Care behind you. Control program activated. Antonina turns around and picks out her targets, slowing the Sanctifier's pursuit. Damn it. They're way too close to our trail. Gotta find some way to stall them. Rosam doesn't really have the combat power either. How did Turing evade their searches? Right, we can modify the topography with Sector's internal programs and block the Sanctifiers off. Here, Okay, thank you, Miss Intellectual. Let's split up. We can create two disparate targets for them that way. We'll meet up later. Alright, I'll modify the terrain according to our route. Stay in contact. Oh. Finally, we have a stage where we can have two characters. Alright, let's go. Hello, Anna, do you read me? Yes, I hear you. How are things over there? Sound of footsteps has grown softer, so it looks like the Sanctifiers have really split up. Good, I've planned our escape routes. You still remember how to alter sector terrain, right? Yeah, you can open and close the doors by hitting the switches that correspond to them. Right, we'll use the switches in the field, while defeating the enemies that slowly show up in front of you. Alright. Where are we going anyway? Reach the objective point. It's in the top right corner. God. Damn, so from the very beginning then. Eos only became a woman too. to get my privileges. To trick me.
所詮は長中まつぎ
Eos never loved me.
せんね
It's not true. It can't be. It's impossible. No.
皆様開幕を
Guys, it's a lie, right? Tell me it's a lie. Tell me that hole in Eos's chest is only for me.
週の一生白したり
She told me I was special.
一緒に狩りを
See guys, this is why you never believe women.
大量大量
Especially women who say that they're just like you and they have no hobbies, and that you make them feel at ease. And they're usually like really opposed to being around men, but like you're different and it's actually really easy to be around you. That's why you shouldn't believe women who are like that. They're all liars. They're all just trying to take advantage of you. I should have followed the advice,
ちゃうなんて
that video I showed you guys before. Let's see. Night. I can't. Okay, at least we'll fight you then. But
最善を尽くすわ
how bad is it? How bad's the damage?
所詮は長
We can
中
repel a
まつぎ
couple sanctifiers, right?
取るに足り
And we
ま
still
せ
have
ん
the
ね
gun. We still have our big gun. We still have our big railgun that we can use to destroy everything. So there won't be a problem, right? That's interesting. Okay, we'll blast to these people. Uh-huh. There's a gun there. Naru no hodo. Press that. Allow you guys to go walk through that portal.
Capture target located. Beginning encirclement.
Gah.
Anna!
Don't come any closer. The Sanctifiers are gathering in my direction. I'm their target, and it's way too dangerous here. Zone A's defensive nodes are still fairly complete. I'll send you the control scheme. The firewalls there will stop the Sanctifiers. At least you need to get out of here.
Don't say things like that. We'll get out together. I've got your coordinates. I'll come pick you up. Then we're going to the defense node together.
You really are a moron. Antonina eyed the Sanctifier swarm before her, extending beyond what she could see. Knowing that someone else is on the other side still forges onward, instills her with courage. I've gone this far. How am I going to let it go to waste? At least that idiot won't have made the trip for nothing. Raising her injured arm and clenching her teeth, Antonina types another series of commands into her terminal. DDoS attack. Full-scale launch. Anna's in great danger right now. I need to think of a way to help her get her out of the situation. What can I do? Come on, think. That's right. Sanctifiers won't be able to follow her if I close the gate after she goes past them. Anna, hang on in there. I'm coming to get you right now. mean, okay. This way. Oh, the guy that was here earlier is gone. Alright, cool. Grab that, grab that, grab that. Don't need that. Quickly finish them off. Right. Come off of it. Okay. Simply need to push this button. Oh. Oops. Rewind. Oh, come on. All the way back here? Jeez. I should have just let it time out. Whatever. I shouldn't have rewound that. Whatever. So men, clearly I'm not an intellectual like soul. Let's do this one more time. Go through that. Skip. Okay. Okay. Do that again, do that again. Add that. Wait, and one more time. This time, let's not get off the switch before we fire the laser. Fire to come. Push this over to open a bridge. Oh, there she is. Just for us. All right, let's go. And I'm here! Soul strikes down a sanctifier, pouncing on her with her left sword arm. She braces herself against the impact with what remains of her other arm, using another sword as a crutch. Antonina takes note of Soul's location and retreats toward her, blocking stray projectiles with a barrier. Soul, your body! There weren't many sanctifiers on my side, and I didn't meet much resistance on my way here. Relax. Two's always better than one. Next we get out of here. Alright, the defense node is just up ahead. The pair's long history of fighting at each other's side allows them to proceed in sync, without a word. Antonina invades and controls nearby sanctifiers, and Soul swats them down. Left! Got it. Soul pirouettes, blocking the bladed claw of a fortitude with her blade, as Antonina begins to invade it. Wasting little time, the two make haste towards their objective. I can see it, it's just up ahead. Persicaria's arrived in Zone H as well. She'll be here for us soon. I'll cover you while you start the firewall. Okay. Antonina scrambles towards the defense node, as the sounds of clashing blades and the ringing of firearms continue intermittently. Just a bit longer. Soul parries the blade of a defender with an angered grunt, spinning sideways to avoid a burst of projectiles from a temperance. Faster! Faster! Antonina mutters to herself under her breath, and just as she's about to reach the node's control panel... Oh no. Oh no, there he is. A man with a hole in his chest. That hole was meant for me. It was for me. That was my hole. It was meant for me. So why is it over there? Antonina's subconscious drags her eyes upward. Blue flames, accompanied by dazzling shards of light, descend from the firmament. The divine aura in the air commanding subservience. This class of operans. Yasforus! Yasforus slowly extends a hand towards Antonina. She feels as if she is the subject of some invocation, unable to control her body. Anna! Soul's roar shakes Antonina out of her dreamlike stance. She instinctively dives to the side, and the defense node behind her is cleanly punctured by Yasforus. I'm sorry, when I read roar, I can only think, he roars a great roar. Oh god. What a shame that I must act myself. Yasforus charges at Antonina with blinding speed, blue flames proliferating in his wake. It hurts so much, but I do it for Shrek. Oh god. In an instant, a contrasting plume of red stifles that blue light, stamping out the blue's flame spread. Color me surprised. Yasforus looks down upon the figure in the way between him and Anna. Over my dead body! Oh, Soul, no, don't do it, Soul! You're already so injured, there's no way you can fight Yasforus. Sword glint, starshine. Out of the thousands and millions of choices you can make, the outcome is reduced to black or white. Ha! Soul swings her weapon again, bringing her orange flames around in an arc, blowing away Yasforus' blue light. Anna, firewall! The node's damaged, it'll need a bit to restart. Come on, how convenient is that? There is no need to struggle further. Move aside. I'm not taking a single step back because... Behind her was her friends. Behind her was the oasis. 60%. Yasforus shakes his head, raising his hand as a wing behind him takes on the form of a blade. Soul instinctively tumbles to the side, but the weapon easily runs clean through her thigh. The blade lodges itself in the ground along with shards of Soul's body, operands slowly dissipating into the air. Can't dodge any more of those. 90%? Come on! Soul clutches her shoulder, climbing to her feet again, refusing to fall. All sanctifiers begin charging. 100%! Soul!
Class 1 firewall successfully booted.
Fire. Smoke and cinders slowly disperse. The translucent barrier obstructs the fire and light, and countless projectiles land on the firewall, turning into nothing more than fleeting sparks. At the very final moment, Antonina pulls Soul behind the firewall. Soul, let's go! No, my leg's busted, I can't move very well. Soul leans on the defensive node's framework, as Yasforus continues to look down on them from above, his eyes frigid. You should go. I'm not going much further anyway, and the target isn't me. No, even if I have to carry you. Stubborn, aren't you? Look out, Anna, behind you! What? shoves. Yep. Antonia turns around and then gets pushed. Yep, exactly. Antonina truly is dumb. You know, Soul is a true intellectual. Feels a shove from behind. She stumbles for a step or two, and the system's monotone voice soon fills her ears.
Firewall fully active. Commencing coordinate adjustment. Switching modes. Now forbidding all agent entry. Password reset.
Soul! The translucent barrier puts the two worlds apart, with Soul and the endless sanctifier host on the other side. Antonina desperately lunges towards the firewall in front of her, pulling at it with all her strength, but it stands immovable. Anna, I don't really know why, but this guy's here is for you. If you get away, his plans are going to fall through. Thank goodness you taught me how to configure this firewall. Soul's fading. Oh no. See? I'm clever, aren't I? Soul smiles at Antonina and mutters the last word she would leave with her. Go. Oh no, Soul really is gonna die. Final flare. She will become the light that points to hope, illuminating the darkness by burning herself. Oh no, she is gonna die. Oh no. So you would remain by yourself. I admire your bravery, but regret comes swiftly for decisions such as these. You don't know me. Soul puts away her communications terminal, standing up against the wall, her grip on her weapon tightening one more time. Ever since I was awakened, I have never once regretted a decision. Pitiful being. This forest gradually raises his hand, gesturing in Soul's direction. All sanctifiers, take aim! Oh. Oh no. Why is there so many of them? Okay, that wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad. Oh. There's more. Body's so heavy. And my core is burning up. Can't see it clearly either. Another bullet sinks into Soul's waist. Operands trickle outward from the wound. Move aside. No! As distant enemies turn into foggy tiles of color, only one thought sits in Soul's mind. Not one step forward. Soul. Nah. When was this memory made? It feels close enough to touch, yet also so distant. Persicaria. Don't jump me like that. Well, I thought I would have to drift by myself for forever. I can say the same. It is fantastic to see you again. But even if we're together, what are we going to do? The Neurocloud sector is already impossible to locate. The professor has a private sector, named the Oasis. We'll head there. We'll make it our home. Home, huh? Yeah. Behind me is home. Sol wipes away the liquid she finds in her eyes. Blood. Entropic liquid. Operands? She can't tell. Amidst the ruins that served as a battlefield, Sol stands tall once again. I'll never let you harm the Oasis and my friends. Oh no, Sol. Sol, please. Oh god. Give up. Your body can sustain this no longer. Looking down on us from up high, what the hell do you know? Sol tears with her teeth with a strip of cloth from her garments, hastily bandaging her thigh to stifle operand loss. She props her blade on the ground, standing up. You're strong, but my resolve is no lesser than yours. Why do you always commit to these meaningless things? You merely waste your time. I don't understand why Eucharist went to all these lengths to do all of this, and instead have you lead the sneak attack. But I know that stalling you is the most important thing I can do. Just Forest gestures once again, and the Sanctifiers take aim at Sol. Attack. Sol nimbly evades a series of bullets that skim past her, twisting and leaping between shattered buildings. Stray shots graze her again and again, operands quickly draining from her body. Pay no attention to her. Focus on the defense node. I said, not one more step! A flame-wreathed short sword cuts through the air. This forest deftly sidesteps it, yet the fire lays claim to the edge of its apparel. Futile. This fight between us isn't over yet. This forest looks downward at Sol, the latter grasping for breath. As maimed and broken as her body was, her eyes shine with an almost inconceivable light. You are not unlike one of my former comrades. I had not thought it possible for a normal agent outside of the Sanctifiers, or rather, a doll to hold this light in their eyes. You have my respect. Ha! Sol disregards Jasfaris' words. Or perhaps her body is fractured to the point where she cannot process outside stimuli. She simply clenches her teeth and charges forward again. If you were under my command, you would be a fine right hand indeed. So... Jasfaris raises his hand again, and Sol raises her blade in preparation for his next move. Without a single chance to respond, in a split second, a purple light impales Sol's core. She stoops to the ground, unable to act. Operands pour out of the wound, and entropic liquid surges as if satiated by those operands, swiftly covering her body. Ah! Sol coils up on the ground, gasping for air. She grasps at her own throat, desperately, purple tears trickling out of her eyes. All sanctifiers, focus fire on the defensive node. We must retrieve Antonina's core. The world becomes alight once more. This forest turns its attention away from the battlefield, gradually descending next to Soul. Come with me. All right. Huh? The very moment Jusforce leans down, Soul reaches for Jusforce's ankle with a deathly grip, still trembling on the ground. You haven't gone unconscious. I said, not one more step. Meaningless struggle. Jusforce shakes his head, running Soul through with a singular motion, tossing her away. Nyah! Soul's body was lighter than he expected. It twitches on the ground, and soon ceases all movement. A shame. He sighs and turns around, intending to return to the field. He hears a sudden commotion behind him. A frenzied laugh comes from the body, as if the spirit of the departed still yet clings onto the mortal realm. What? Coordinates 11, 23.25. Croc! Orientation complete! Fire! An answer comes from her terminal, and the sound of accumulating energy soon follows. You! See ya. Soul hoists her arms high, with all her strength, grinning as she presses the button on a detonator. Only then does Jusforce spot the miniature bomb Soul planted on his ankle. After a singular explosion, a great beam of energy permeates the sanctifier position, submerging it all in a white light. Soul's necklace flutters into the air, the fleck of green inside it still vivid. See ya. County Coup. A new battlefield awaits beyond the chessboard. Admin ID identified. Firewall disabled. Guys, I'm unironic. I'm actually crying. I'm actually crying a little bit. I wasn't expecting that. Wow. Alright, I'm good. Persicaria and Antonina walk the singed earth with a retinue of support personnel. That bright white light had long dispersed. Even if they already knew the answer deep down, the two still scanned for that orange-maned figure, almost expectantly believing that ever-smiling face would appear again. Persicaria, over there! Persicaria follows the agent's gestures, finding a body burned far beyond recognition. Not far from her is a sword impaled into the earth. Even after such grueling battles and intense punishment, it never fell, not unlike its master. No, it can't be. Persicaria murmurs to herself, but she cannot stop herself from approaching that splintered corpse. She's dead, Jim. Even after the railgun's rite of baptism, the marks left by the blade and bullet can still be seen. Inscribed deep into the bone, save for those marks, traces of entropization are also present. Signature verification complete. ID Soul. The cold, inhospitable electronic voice announces the reality that had come to pass. How could it? Persicaria! Calm! Antonina wraps Persicaria in her arms. She feels the body in her embrace gradually lose strength, like vitality is being siphoned from... A cold liquid falls onto her arm, and Antonina realizes that she too is crying. The body dissolves into operans, vanishing into the air. Seemingly ignorant of that fact, Persicaria holds what remains of soul close. Any possibility of a reset? The entropization's gotten to the core. It's already... Antonina does not have it in her to continue. The two sit in silence, watching as the body becomes translucent, bit by bit. Persicaria stays in that self-same position, still clasping something. Soul. But we made it. Persicaria grips her hand tightly. What she should rightly still have in her arms is now gone. An emptiness where it ought to be. Operans slowly trickle down her hand, seeping from a cut on her finger. As the body completely dissipates, something appears to shine. It was a tiny little bottle. I imagine the oasis must be a place full of greenery where everyone can live without fear or worry. You think? Then I'll grow a little strand of grass in there, and we'll see whether or not the oasis is what we imagined. This speck of green, I now leave to you. Guys, is that like... Is that like the first permanent death in this game? Like, even in Girls Frontline, very few characters actually die for real. But did they just kill off a main character? Did they actually just kill off Soul for real? Like this isn't a prank, right? She's fine, right? Soul's okay, right? After heaven knows how many repeated attempts, a familiar voice finally comes through the other end of the call. Antonina!
It's me.
I notice it in Antonina's voice. A stifled gasp, a suppressed sob. My instincts declare to me that disaster has struck. What happened?
Soul, to stop this forest.
Antonina does not finish, but what she means could not be more clear. I grasp my terminal tightly, scrambling to find where my voice has gone. What of everyone else?
The oasis is safe. We're restoring order and treating the wounded. Additionally, we found a fragment of Phosphorus on site. Analysis has determined that it was nothing more than a fragment of the forest that came to the oasis. Soul kept it for us.
I see. I'm on my way back. I end the call, and Eucharist gives me a shrug. Didn't lie, did I? The intel was all real and valid. You have your Sforus behind you. Way to state the obvious. Well, a promise is a promise. I'm out. You'll not escape so easily. All Sanctifiers, prepare to fire. Come on, this wasn't what we agreed to. Your intel came too late. Me letting you go doesn't mean the Sanctifiers will either. Should we fire? You decide yourself. Kill! Kill! Entering purge mode. Oi, 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 oi! What the hell is this? A slingshot? What are you? With a cloud of smoke and dust, Eucharist was nowhere to be seen. I collapsed onto the chair, a sense of paralysis overcoming me. Eucharist betrayed the Sanctifiers as well as Yosforus. There'll be nowhere she can go for shelter, but the important matter at hand is the reverse Babylon Tower. I should have realized long ago. For Eucharist to easily escape and travel to Perilous and Burbank, and for Yosforus to be involved in every crisis related to the Entropics. To think of it, he allows us to use the sandbox barrier as we desire, because we remove Sanctifier influence in those sectors for him, therefore making more points of injection available for the Entropics. I ought to have taken precautions, but I was deceived by his boobs and identity as a Sanctifier. Don't trust women with big breasts. They use it like a weapon. What exactly are Yosforus' goals? And why is Antonina his primary target? Scattered throughout, thoughts dominate my mind. Before I had the time to delve deep, Faith received an emergency message addressed to her from a lesser Sanctifier. As she processes the contents of the message, Faith's expression alters several times, and she nods at the end of it all. I understand. Lord Hesperus, I shall return to the reverse Babylon Tower at once. Apologies, Professor. Thank you for your cooperation, but it would appear our collaboration here is at an end. The reverse Babylon Tower is having an internal struggle, is it not? You need not worry if I am siding with Yosforus. He has attacked the Oasis, and we share a common front. We are in possession of intel about Yosforus. Yas, Queen Slay, Yosforus. If Lord Hesperus is willing, we would be more than happy to exchange information. Faith hesitates, but ultimately nods with our previously established trust in mind. This forest has headed an en masse defection. In the future, Sanctifiers may pose dangers to you. Please be careful. After giving me a succinct response, Faith leads the Lessers away on her route back. I look towards the reverse Babylon Tower, standing tall in the distance. I do not know if it is a mere hallucination, but an aura of purple seems to hover thereabouts. After a moment of thought, I make another call.
Professor, Soul, she...
I know. Prepare our people. We're going back to the Oasis.
And then?
We're off to Enigma. The quantum database there can help us analyze the fragment Yosforus left behind, and pinpoint his weaknesses. I gaze off into the distance, in the direction of the Oasis. The flames have ceased, but I know that some things are no longer with us. This forest will pay for what he has done. Perilous advancement. End. Now we have the continuum turbulence situation. I guess so, but in this case, the professor hasn't been captured. And unlike Ro, Soul can't come back. Soul's dead for Soul's dead for real. Soul's dead for real. It's not like Ro. Ro came back. Ro was fine, but Soul is... on... Man, they made me care so much about a character who's so damn weak in the game. I used Soul a grand total of like 0 times. But they made me care. Because they made Soul so lovable. Soul means sun. Wait. You mean Soul was actually me for real, for real? Wait, am I gonna die? Oh no. Soul means sun in Latin. Oh no. Oh no. I'm surprised you didn't know that. I forgot. I'm an intellectual, you see. It was my ADHD, I swear. Oh gosh. Damn. Check to the left. They did not have to do this. They did not have to do this. This is a... Okay, now they're just being rude. I guess this is Soul's grave. Soul's gone. For real, Soul is gone. Florence, quit being horny for 5 seconds. I need to grieve. Yeah, it's cover Florence stuff. Soul. Soul, no. Actually gone. This forest will pay for this. This forest will pay for this. Yeah. This is the worst timeline. By getting searched by me and then oathed. Okay, I do know that in the future you can get this forest. which is confusing because right now it looks like Forest is a villain. Is like the big villain. But I do know in the future you can pull for Forest. What does that mean? What's that all about? What's happening? And I do know that Persicaria eventually becomes a warrior. Does she take Soul's sword? I've seen the art for Persicaria's warrior card, and she uses a sword. Did she take Soul's sword? They gave Soul the Hoyo treatment. What does that mean? What does that mean? Yeah, Forest and her boobs will pay. It seems inspired, but I don't think it's the same. It's as long as Soul's sword. They might have changed it, right? They might have like taken a piece of Soul's sword and made a new sword out of it. Gosh, that really was like a long grind to get to the part where you go, you know. I told you. Yeah, that's the way that these events work. Things go well, and then they go really bad, and then you recover from the bad, and then they become well, and then it becomes bad again, and then you just barely make it out to the end. That's how it always works in Mika events. That's how it always works in Mika events. I've not played Honkai. Unfortunately, no. I've not played Honkers before. Not the old one and not the new one. Yuzong is cooking for Soul Arma. They just need to get the dodge and teleport teams built so Soul can... Tofu. Soul's dead. Soul's not coming back. What are you talking about? Soul's not coming back. She's not. It's ogre. It's all ogre. That's why Persicaria became a warrior. Because Soul's not here to do it anymore. You still have Soul on your team roster. Do I? Do I? You know what would be a big gut punch? Is after you finish this event, they remove Soul's card from the game. You know, they just remove Soul's card from the... Look at that dumb smile. It's like she's still here. It's like she's still here with us. Gosh. Why do they keep making characters that I love die? They killed UMP40, and now they killed Soul. This is the worst. She could have made it if you love it. No, I won't ever level her up. I'll level up literally everyone else aside from Soul. Soul sucks. Soul sucks. I'll level up literally everyone else, anyone else. I'll level up Max to Max. But not Soul. I love you, Soul, but you're fucking worthless in this game. If Kukai dies in GF2, I will personally slap Yuzong. I don't think they can, because she's kind of like a mascot of the game. So like next week, we will do this lady. The military chaplain. Aren't chaplains supposed to be really nice? Wait, is she reading... What is she reading? Is she reading like... Otome? Or like shoujo? Or like... BL? What are all these books? R18. That's what interesting FGO. There's a story segment that a hero spirit gets deleted. And the unit shows this error. If Clucky dies, then GFL would be deleted, yeah. GFL would be over. I'm not even a fan of Clucky. I just know that if she dies, that people would just give up on the game. You know, I think they would sooner kill off Type 95 than Clucky. I've never tapped on Lind before. She doesn't really react. Huh. Yeah, Lynn does not react to anything. She's depressed. She's sad too. 6 years later and still no mod for M16. Yeah. Funny how GFL healing anime makes fun. Just because they make fun of it doesn't make it any worse. Any less bad. I swear to God. Yuzong, what the hell? Gosh, I need a couple of moments to unwind from that. That was intense. That last chapter was so intense. And like the final part of chapter 6 was so intense as well. That was wow.
暴力をせねえ遊んでいきなよ皆様開幕をお見逃しなく
And lore-wise, M16 is independent. Yeah.
補足具が緩んじゃった
Beak forgotten forever. Yeah, Beak, literally no one remembers Beak.
皆様開幕をお見逃し
Even before Beak was introduced, everyone was already making the joke that Beak was forgotten. She was featured in the first art book and wasn't included in the game for another 2 years.
あと10体はいけるね
Sarabada, Sor.
皆様開幕をお見逃しなく
Welcome to Project Neurocloud indeed.
にしかなんないじゃん
M4 hasn't come back, though kind of proxy through Dandelion. It's fine, Dandelion's superior. Dandelion's sexier, therefore it's fine. You know, Dandelion is a billion times hotter than M4.
準備ならもうバッ
Like,
チ
I'm
リ
sorry, but those green streaks are just not it. The green streaks are not it.
アナライザーの前方に敵を発見しました
Beak and M16 are both under state sec. Oh! Wait, the government is okay with the SF now? Is that how things are going? I'm not caught up into the story of Girls Frontline.
危険は去ったわ
I think I'm just gonna read a Spark Notes. I'm going to one day just gonna read a Ferrari Spark Notes version of it. I'm sorry, there's just too much text. I can't read through all the events, I'm sorry. Like, there's too much reading to be done, too many games, too many songs I have to sing. I cannot read Girls Frontline 1. I cannot be Kuruko. I cannot devote myself to this. It will kill me. I'll let her have that part of the pie. I'll just read Ferrari stuff. I'll do like a collab stream where I act like an idiot and I allow Kuruko to femsplain to me everything about what transpired in the story. Yeah, it was later in Mirror Stage, right? It helped in a past event, but I don't remember. Yeah. It's been a while.
操作もないのね
And I'll just catch up to the story in GF2 and Reverse Collapse.
それじゃ
And I'll see what new games Mika can cook up. They've got to be developing some other game right now, right? It doesn't help if the story has like 6 months between, yeah.
危険は去ったわ
How many more like major story events are there in Neurocloud? I think there's only 2, right? I believe there's only 2 major story events left. We're in the last arc. We're in the last arc of Girls Frontline, not Neurocloud. Yeah, Neurocloud. How many events are left? Like we're behind by 2 events, right? 2 major events. There's the major event where we can start to pull for for AS4, and then there's the next one is the latest one, which is with Hubble and Warrior Persicaria. The whole gang aren't around. Yeah. Sop Mod. Sop Mod and Ro are the only ones that matter in my mind. AR-15's really just there to be angry, and I don't. She's not that funny to watch. I'm gonna be honest. AR-15's not that fun to watch. She's kind of dumb. Can't wait for Space Lady who hugs you in space. Oh yeah, Space Lady looks kind of cool. Apparently people raged about the guy in the wheelchair. They don't like him. It feels really silly. And they're like, what? The guy and the girl are like, they're best friends. No, they're in love. No, they're best friends. No, they're in love. I don't care. I don't care. As long as they're good characters, that's all I care about. CN fanbase, I think they're getting more and more unruly. They're letting their VTuber parasocialism bleed into their video games, which is really weird. Gosh. 2 dolls in love? What? Impossible. Their lives should revolve around me. Let's move out. Let's go back. Let's head back in my room. Shan't we? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a little bit close. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I guess that really was the singularity of Girls Frontline. But is there going to be a new enemy faction in the next event? There'll be something that's not the Sanctifiers and not the Entropy. Thanks for sharing PNC story. Oh, no problem. I like reading the stories. They're good. They're good stories. And it gives me the ability, the chance to do reading. I don't often get the chance to do reading like I used to. So I appreciate this. Gosh. Guys, I wonder if there's any CN fan base that are jealous. They're like, Jeff T is in love with Mendo? How dare they? How dare they? Don't they know Jeff T is supposed to be in love with me, the player? Even though I don't even have a self-insert in the story. Even though I don't have a nameless self-insert. Don't they know that Jeff T is supposed to be in love with me? Jeff T should just break the fourth wall and call the player a fucking virgin. A virgin loser. Yeah, what the hell? They can't do this. They can't just make me care about Soul. So here's the thing, right? I hate it when any kind of story, it gives a character a bunch of development just before they kill them off. I hate it when in anime they give you one episode to be like, oh, suddenly we're giving them character development, and then next episode they die. I hate that. But it's different here. It's different because Soul's been with us from the very beginning. Soul's been with us from chapter 1. Or chapter 0 even. She's been there the whole time. And she's always been so lovable. But now they finally decided, it's over, Soul. You're gone. The power of friendship did allow Soul to win. But it only worked once. And after that, it just all died. Antonina, you stupid person. Man, I feel like Antonina is gonna be kicking herself for allowing this to happen. She's gonna blame it on herself for the rest of the events. You know? Auntie Nina, who's always so sure of herself, but in the end, it was Soul who was the mega mind. Dark Nina when, yeah, Nina's gonna go to the dark path. I dislike the whole backstory in the next episode they die. Oh yeah, and I hate it when they were like, oh, by the way, I have a long lost sibling. Long lost sibling shows up. I hate when that happens. I hate when that happens. They did that twice in Gundam IBO. I think they might have even done it 3 times. By the way, I have a long lost sibling. Dies. By the way, I have a long lost sibling. Dies. I think they did it 3 times. That's so infuriating. Thanks for the stream. Gotta go now. Alright. See you, Alcala. Good night. Oh. But this is probably one of the longer NeuroCloud streams I've had in a while. It's one of the longer ones, indeed. Gosh. So, next week. This week we were supposed to do the keyboard, lubing stream. Ended up not doing it. I had an emergency health situation to deal with. And so I had to cancel that. But the good thing about it is that because I had to cancel, I had the chance to order some new keycaps. And hopefully those will arrive soon. And we can... I haven't scheduled it yet, but I think we can do the keyboard stream next week. And I might reconsider and put it on YouTube. Gonna do that. Next week we're gonna be doing, you know, the military chaplains event. Her character event is gonna be that first, so we'll have that and that. And you know, I might try to get a Lethal Company in there somewhere. Try to get another Lethal Company stream. I'm not sure if I'll be doing it with Kuruko and Maple, or if I'll play it with someone else, but I'm really looking forward to that. I know that Min's Mama will not be available because Min's Mama will be in Japan getting ready for Comiket. And I will also be and I'll be going to Comiket as well, so that'll be in a couple weeks. Right? We only have 2 more weeks of normal streams left. After that, we're gonna still have streams. I will be streaming when I'm in Japan, but we won't have, you know, any intensive games because I have a really old laptop. I didn't cancel? No, I didn't cancel. Because I couldn't get a refund. I couldn't get a refund, so I was like, whatever, I'll just stick with it. I'm just gonna have to spend more money, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But I'll have to do that. What else was there? Right, I still have to record for the song cover. It's a group collab song cover. I definitely can't do it tonight because after that stream my voice is busted. So I'll try to do that in the morning tomorrow before I go to work. Or maybe if I can get home soon or early from work, I can record it. And if, you know, it becomes the worst, if it becomes the worst possible situation, which is that I don't have the time, and then I'll just have to tell the person that I'll have to send it in on Monday instead. And hopefully they'll be okay with that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My scheduling is bad. I should have done it this week earlier. Job life, it is what it is. It's better to have a job than not have a job, although I am stressing out over my job constantly. I like working. I've not worked in such a long time because of my poor health. I wouldn't have even accepted the offer for the job if I wasn't already going through some treatment to get better, and I hadn't already gotten improvements in my well-being. But it's still, you know, really messing me up. I feel terrible after every time I make these mistakes, and there isn't really anything I can do about them. How do you fix ADHD? Because it's like, even if you're vigilant, your perception is just so poor that you don't even realize you're making a mistake. And like, no matter how vigilant I am, I can't seem to do any better, and it fucking chews away at me every time I get a message saying, oh, here's where you fucked up. This is what you did bad. It's bad. It's the worst feeling. But I have to do it, you know? So long as they continue to let me work, then I'll keep working. I would much rather work than not work. But I would like to do a better job, you know? I don't hate my work. I know a lot of people hate their work, but I don't hate my work. I actually find joy and pride in my work. But anyways, you likely won't be seeing me on the weekend. In fact, I'm probably going to just get off the internet for a little bit so that I can properly give it time, properly give myself time to get everything in order. There's still lots of things I'm owing. Like from my birthday stream, I still need to do the recordings for the voice recordings that I promised, and I still need to do the scab for the bunny Hakuya. I'm sorry guys, I've been stressing out over work and other things, and I've gotten distracted, and I've forgotten about the donation goals, the rewards. So I'll get on that. ごめんなさい。本当にごめん。すまん。許して。許してくれ。Anyways, I think I've mulled enough about this. I think I've mulled enough. And I'm gonna have to take my leave. Thank you again for joining me on this episode of Neural Cloud. I always enjoy doing these story times, even though my voice seems to fail halfway through. I didn't need to bring my cough syrup this time. But anyways, Otsu Yosforus's boobs. Otsu Perilous Advancement. Otsu Lind. Otsu Jellyfish. Otsu Tentacles. Otsu Intellectual. Otsu Soul. Good night, everyone.